Today we are continuing our proceedings with our hearing for Representative Lindsay. We do have 3 more witnesses, or 2 more, and then Representative Lindsay for this morning. So we will just continue on as yesterday and get the next witness before us. Any comments or questions from the committee before I do that? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief moment of personal privilege, I guess. I, as you know, represent Palisade and brought a few Palisade peaches that are in the hallway. And so as penance for being a few minutes late, please take a peach or 2. There are some small bags, and that goes for committee members, staff, witnesses, whoever.
I agree with Representative Woodrow. You are a peach. So that is an excellent excuse for being late, Representative Soper. We appreciate that. And we know you have to get home this afternoon, so we will do our best to be efficient with our use of time. So with that, Representative Joseph is on our schedule first, so we will get her in the room.
It was supposed to start at 9, but oh well. I'm glad I had this all ready to go, and I just literally just turned it on and then saw that they were started. So here we go. Hopefully everyone can hear. Hoping the sound is coming through.
Thank you for joining us, Representative Joseph. And just a few procedural items that I want to go over as I've done with each witness yesterday. Just a reminder that all witnesses and any other members are prohibited from having any communications about the complaint or the hearings with Representative Lindsay or any other witness or with any member of the Ethics Committee as we proceed to finish this committee hearing. And also, if there's any question that you get today that you don't know the answer to or can't recall, please just say so. And we are asking each witness to swear to an oath. You can just sit where you are, no hand raising or book necessarily. If you could just answer the question, yes or no, if you're prepared to take that oath. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony that you will give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Joseph. So I will start with a couple of questions to kick us off. I wanted to just hear a little bit from your point of view when you first were elected caucus co-chair and were in that position with Representative Lindsay. How did that first interaction go? Did you have a meeting to go over procedures or how you were going to handle the job together? If you can recall, just kind of general idea of how that went.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. Well, I have a document that I've written, so I can just read it, or as far as...
Yeah, if it helps to give us information,
Okay.
we still will have questions for you. But if
Okay.
that's something that will help you get on the record, some
Yes.
things that you wanted to say, go ahead with that then.
Thank you. Thank you. I got elected or appointed by the caucus approximately around November 8th with Representative Lindsay. I was really excited and looking forward to being caucus co-chair. I had seen in or chamber both caucus chairs from both our side and the Republican side, the work that they do, how they show up. And I thought, okay, I think this is how I want to serve. I had reached out to Rep. Lindsay several times to have conversation. I don't think we connected actually before I became caucus chair. And then once I became caucus chair around November 8th, I did become concerned that we were not communicating right away or communicating about the role. So there was not much communication about what to do and how to do it. But I did meet with the former caucus chair, the caucus co-chair, which is Rep. Tutone. I met with her, I believe, at least once. I came to either her district or she came to my district. We sat down and we went over, how
Tone is a him, lady.
what is the role about and how she does it. So I remember that. And me and her had talks as well over the phone. And then also she was the person who nominated me. So I've kept in contact with her more than I've had conversation with Representative Lindsay about the role itself. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I didn't know if that concluded what you wanted to share with us, or did you have more that you wanted to share up front?
I think that's all I wanted to share as far as once I get elected. But if you have specific questions, you're welcome to ask me.
Okay, great. So was there any time when you were caucus co-chair that you participated in the ordering of food or picking it up or paying for things, any of those particular duties?
Yeah, no. So let me answer to your question, because I brought a chronology of my experience over the last 2 years or 1.5 years since I've been caucus co-chair. As I mentioned to you, once I get elected around November 8th, shortly thereafter, I became really concerned about the management of the caucus decisions, and also the fact that I was not involved in basically anything. All the decisions were being made by Rep. Lindsay, and oftentimes there were no communications around them. But I do at times trying to get involved in the caucus conversation or reach out to her. I did not always get replies, and there were times that I've worked on different little projects here, submitted to her, and things did not work out. And then the first time that I were able to use the caucus card to pay for caucus food was after February 2026. And I had been elected since November 8th, 2024. And how did that happen? On February 1st, Rep. Lindsay sent me a message that she was unable to use the caucus card to pay for caucus food because she had been advised to remove herself from caucus finances. And then on February 2nd, I believe, which was the next day, and the reason why I remember that is because I had reached out to the speaker and I said, hey, I can't do the caucus breakfast because I got a message on Sunday night to go pick up things and get things done. It's too late. And I believe that next day during the caucus meeting, Representative Lindsay told the caucus that she would no longer make financial decisions because some members were uncomfortable with her involvement in caucus finances, and stated that responsibility for caucus breakfast lunches and other caucus financial matters had been passed on to me. And from that moment on, I started buying items for breakfasts and other things. That started in February 2026.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier that there were times after you were elected caucus co-chair that you had concerns. Can you remember when exactly you may have taken those concerns to someone else? And if so,
Yeah.
who did you take your concerns to? And tell us more about those discussions.
Yes, I think part of the conversation, and I hope that what I'm sharing is not a mischaracterization. For instance, I had created a shared document for dues contribution that I had talked to with the majority leader about. And I shared it with Rep. Lindsay, the majority leader, and the speaker. And Rep. Lindsay subsequently created a separate process for collecting dues that did not incorporate the information that I was requested to do, because there were members who were not paying dues. And I had created a document that would have allowed members to have a process so that they can pay their dues and pay it at a certain time. For instance, if people could not pay the $2,500, they could pay maybe $1,000. And I had this document that I created, sent it to Rep. Lindsay, and she did not reply. And by the way, I do have text messages where I've reached out. Everything that I'm sharing here I have text message to show that I had those conversations with her. She created a different document or just a simple text that did not have a lot of the requirements that I had made. And during the caucus retreat, I had come to her on multiple occasions trying to get engaged, and she just, how do I say it? I did felt frozen out of the engagement process of what it means to collaborate and contribute to the work. And I had reached out to her actually during the retreat. And I don't know if it's okay to share. I had read Rep. Lindsay's responses. And is it okay for me to elaborate on that?
It is part of the public record. So if
Okay.
there's something you want to comment
Yeah.
about that, you can.
Yeah, so I had reached out to Rep. Lindsay during the November 14th retreat. And I did at the time she was working on the retreat and doing a lot of great work. I mean, she fed us and she's fed us over the last 2 years. She's done a great job at it. But as a caucus co-chair, I wanted to get involved and I would reach out to her and she did not want to engage me. And when I told her at some point, I had reached out to the speaker as well too. And I said the same thing to the speaker. I get a sense that Rep. Lindsay is not communicating and engaging with me. And I will have a conversation with her that day. And I told the speaker that, and she said, go ahead, have a conversation with her. And when I reached out to Rep. Lindsay to have a conversation, she told me to get out of her face. And yeah, I was surprised, but I told her, I'm going to go back and talk to the speaker. We're going to have a sit down. I can't be frozen out of this particular, of the caucus chair position. That's my duty and I want to get involved. And I did send an email to the speaker as well. I'm sure you all have access to that email where I explained what happened. And it was very shocking to me. Well, you know some of the comments that I've made. I did feel that it was unprofessional. I mentioned that I put my hand out. There's no way that I could have been in her face. But I guess the stress of the moment told her, she told me to get out of her face. I raised concern to the speaker on November 14th through the 17th. I explained, and to the majority leader as well, about what happened. And you have access to that email. On November 21st, the speaker and I and Rep. Lindsay met on Zoom, and we talked about what happened during the caucus retreat. I believe the Zoom meeting was very constructive. I think it went well. Of course, I think Rep. Lindsay did not agree with what happened during that meeting, but I think it went well. We had a conversation, and from December 3rd to through the start of session, Rep. Lindsay and I worked on, when she was doing the assignment of the offices, there were times she would reach out to me. She sent me actually the final layout, and I have those emails as well. So when I look back at my emails, I felt like, some of the conversations were very professional and friendly at that time. But the concern was still there that I did not have access to anything. So it was more like, at times, Rep. Lindsay would just send me things and just tell me, here's what's happening. I still raise concern with the speaker. I have plenty of emails where I've raised concern with the speaker. I've raised concern with her in person. On February 7th, 2025, I again contacted the speaker regarding my concern about the lack of engagement on caucus matters and requested a meeting. And we even met with the chair of the Black Caucus, and I'm not sure if it's okay to mention him, President Coleman. We've had conversation. He was having a conversation with us and the speaker. And for some reason, from November 8th, 2024 to February 13th, it never dawned on me. Me and Rep. Lindsay, I kept asking for access to the account, and I never got access to the account. And I remember during that conversation, Senator Coleman mentioned and said that, well, why can't anyone give her access to the account? So none of the prior chairs had that access. And I thought to myself, okay, if Rep. Lindsay is not giving me access to the account, let me go to Rep. Titon. So on February 13th, I contacted Rep. Titon to request access to the bank account. I have that text message as well. And on February 18th, Rep. Titon took me to the bank and I gained access to the account. And from February 18th through the 26th, I had been looking over the bank account because I felt like for the first time I got something to do, because I had not really been that involved. I didn't have much involvement in the caucus. I thought I wanted to create some financial guideline. Earlier on, I have a text message that I sent to Rep. Lindsay about a bylaws that I was going to work on, but I did not get any support on that. And that had not come. Well, I created the bylaws, but nothing else had come of it. So at this time I was like, okay, there's something that I can do. And I started looking over the bank account. And then that's when I saw some of the concerns that I reached out to Rep. Lindsay about on March 23rd, 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to ask you, did you, when you were having these concerns, did you reach out privately to Representative Marshall and discuss your concerns? And if so, why?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I reached out to Rep. Marshall about the concerns that I was having. Again, for me, I needed a second set of eyes. And I know Rep. Marshall was somebody I believe he's an accountant, or we sat on finance together. And I needed a second set of eyes because what I was seeing in the account myself, and not to say that I don't trust my own belief, but I just wanted someone to also see what I'm seeing and confirming that what I'm seeing is, because at the end of the day, because I was so concerned and Rep. Lindsay and I were not having a lot of conversation, and I didn't want it to just be me just going to her and say, hey, this and that. I just wanted to make sure, hey, someone else also, I looked at this and Rep. Marshall looked at it and say, yeah, there is concern.
Was that after or before you shared those same pieces of information with leadership? Representative Marshall had photocopies of things that the rest of the caucus had not seen.
Yes.
So was he privy to that information before leadership or before the Mr. Quinn's review? How did he come into possession with those things?
Yes, he got this information before the speaker had access, before I had even gone to Rep. Lindsay. Rep. Lindsay was the first person, after talking with Marshall, she was the first person that I had gone to first. So my first process was on March 23rd, I contacted Rep. Lindsay to discuss the caucus finances, and we never connected. And on April 2nd, I sent her another message again to ensure that we met, and we ended up meeting on April 4th. And during that meeting on April 4th, I can speak to how the conversation went with Rep. Lindsay, if that's important to the committee.
I'm more interested in your relationship with Rep. Marshall and
Yes.
why you chose him, even before bringing those pieces of factual information that you had photocopies of to leadership.
Yes. The reason why I was following a process. I wanted to talk to another person that, again, as I mentioned, Rep. Marshall is very, very smart when it comes to finances. I sit on finance with him, and I need a second set of eyes to look at it with me. Again, as someone who had not been that involved, who needed someone else, a second set of eyes to look at things with me. That's basically what it was.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to other committee members for some more questions. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Joseph, for being here. I do want to go back to a point that you were just making about the April 4th conversation. You had mentioned to Chair McCormick that you're happy to talk a little bit more about that, how that conversation went. One of the things that stuck out to me in reviewing the evidence, I believe stuck out to you in your emails, is the check number 1222, which was the check that was dated November 15th. This is the $6,358 check that was noted as a reimbursement for the hotel expenses. In the April 4th conversation, when you talked to Representative Lindsay about this, what did she say? Did you have conversations about what that check was for? Did you talk about how, hey, this amount was charged to the bank account and there's this check? what happened there? I'm just curious, what was the conversation around that in that conversation? And if there was none, that's fine. I'm just assuming that there was because the email the next day included that as a bullet point.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will go based on what I remember that day and also how, things were memorialized in the email that I sent the next day on April 5th, I believe, to the speaker. When I went and met with Rep. Lindsay on April 4th, I met in her office. We share an office, by the way, with just a divider. And we sat down and Rep. Lindsay said to me that she had all the receipts. And yes, I did, I outlined in the email what I wanted to see. And she didn't share any of that with me. She just said she had all the receipts for the caucus expenditures, but she did not share them with me. She did pick up a booklet that she had, but they were not shown to me. She just said, hey, I have the receipts, and me and her were technically almost sitting like this, similar to being across from each other at her office, but it feels like we're sitting in front of each other. So I did not see the receipts, but she told me she had them. And also too, she turned the conversation more about building our relationships. She said something like, well, I think we had not been great friends, that she liked me as a person and she would like for us to build our relationship, which I did not disagree. I do believe that there was always opportunity to improve relationships and make things better. But however, the conversation just switched to improving our relationship as opposed to sharing those receipts with me around what I had outlined in that email.
Go ahead, Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're dialoguing. So in Rep. Lindsay's response,
Yes.
The explanation about this check was she had panicked, wrote herself a check, left town, wrote herself a check because she was worried that her account would be charged. And then upon returning home, realized her account wasn't charged. Yesterday, we had the speaker here, and I had asked about this explanation, and she had mentioned that in conversations, the initial conversation she had with Rep. Lindsay about it, Rep. Lindsay had indicated that she believed her card had been charged. Do you remember conversations about that after April 4th, where you maybe are with leadership digging into details, when you actually got to the point of talking about what happened with that specific check? Do you remember what Rep. Lindsay's explanation was?
Yes. So I said yes to just saying, I hear your question, not yes that I agree to any of your comments that you've made. So I met with Rep. Lindsay and I did not get any receipts, reached out to the speaker on April 5th. We've had more emails back and forth. And then on April 14th, I participated in a meeting with with Rep. Lindsay, the speaker and the majority leader concerning the caucus finances. Rep. Lindsay presented a summary of expenditures and reimbursement on a sticky note board, but she did not share any corresponding receipts or supporting documents during the presentation. And I left the meeting with the same concerns, and I felt like they were not resolved. Yes, I remember that Rep. Lindsay did mention that her card may have been charged. And I remember this because she said something along the line that the caucus card and my own personal card, and by the way, I'm just going by memory, so it may not represent exactly what she said, that the caucus card and her card look similar or look the same, or they have the same numbers. So, and that could have been the reason, but that's what also she mentioned as far as it relates to when she went to another state, Portland, when she used the card. I remember that in connection to those expenses, not to the one about the caucus retreat. One of the concerns that I had, and part of the reason why I had reached out to Rep. Lindsay, is that the caucus retreats charge, which was $6,538, was that the exact amount?
358.
358. That was the exact amount of the check for the reimbursement. The thing is, I'm not a forensic accountant, I'm not an auditor, but it did seem odd. So that's why I went to her and I say, hey, the courtyard had taken their money on that same day and they had charged the caucus card. How can you also write yourself a check for the same amount? And I don't know, how could she perceive that her card had been charged when the courtyard had taken the money on the same day? I just don't know what is the, anyway, I'm here as a witness.
And were there, did she ever provide an explanation at this time?
Yes.
This time, because of course later we have the Will Quinn
Yeah.
analysis. We're before the Will Quinn analysis. At this time, before the Democratic Party dug into it, did she ever say, "Oh, well, I decided to keep that check because I was otherwise owed money"? Or was her explanation more around she believed her card had been charged?
I do. So I'm trying to recollect, because the thing is, when people say something, it does ring a bell that I do believe at some point, because we've had, I mean, it's been almost 2 years now. We've had conversation. I do believe that she shared at some point, I had heard that she decided to keep that check because she felt she owed money. But the one, when I mentioned to you about she saying that her card looked the same as the caucus card, was for the expense in Portland. So those are two separate issues. But yes, I had heard that. I believe I had heard that more than once, that she said that she decided to keep that check because of she's owed money. Yes.
And around the April 5th meeting, or the April 4th meeting, and then you have the email to the speaker, and then you have the meeting. I believe it was April 14th. Maybe it was April 12th. In any of those conversations, so
Yeah.
just trying to put ourselves in that window,
Mhm.
was Rep. Lindsay claiming that she was owed money?
I don't remember what she, I don't remember, no, I don't remember that. I don't remember that during that meeting that she said that she was owed money. The thing that I remembered most was that, and the meeting was not super long, by the way. I think it was a very quick meeting. She came in, brought the visual aid board of how she spent the money. It was really quickly. And from that, right, from that board, it reflects that contextually that she had spent the money, right, from her own personal money into the, because, it amounted to an amount that she had basically taken out of the caucus fund. So by inference, you could say, not only she may have said it multiple times that I don't remember, but that visual aid also proved that she had.
Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have several questions as well. Representative Joseph, maybe we could just kind of go back to the very beginning. Could you refresh this panel as far as just your professional qualifications outside of being a representative?
Okay. It's so interesting you asked that question, because I'm like, there's no other qualification than age to be a representative. Can you tell me where you're going with that?
Sure, Rep. Joseph. I wanted to just lay the foundation that it's my understanding you're an attorney at the Colorado Bar. And as an attorney, you're a fiduciary. And so I would just like to dive into, what was it that caused you to have concerns?
Yes.
Because it's my understanding you don't have a background in financial literacy or management.
Yeah.
Do you possess any degrees in finance?
No. Thank you for this question. And Yeah. So my background, I am a lawyer. I was on city council for 4 years before I got to the legislature. And to your point as well, to your perspective, as a caucus co-chair, we manage over $100,000, about $117,000. When I looked at the account, it was extremely important to me and urgent to reach out to Rep. Lindsay and have a conversation with her right away about those checks. And throughout, it was extremely important to me that we figure this out together. What happened in this account and why is the money being spent the way that it is being spent? And yes, you're right that I'm not a financial accountant, but I did believe that I had a duty to the caucus. And that duty I took very seriously. And as you've noted, as someone with a bar license, I did not want someone to look back 2 years from now and say, well, this money was mismanaged. And yes, one of the co-chairs may not have any financial background, but Junie Joseph had access to this account and she never raised any concerns. And not only that, she never tried to solve the issue. So I set out earlier on to solve, or at least to resolve some of the issues in the account. And also I wanted to make sure that I did my duties as a caucus co-chair. And that means for instance, and I want to share this with you, I took that work seriously. And I remember Rep. Lindsay wake up very early. And I knew this too, because in February 2026, when I took over the account, I would wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and call the coffee shop and say, hey, can you please prepare coffee? And I'll pick it up around 7:30 to get to the Capitol and bring that coffee to the caucus. So I knew she was doing a lot of work, but also I wanted to contribute to that work. Why? Because when I asked the caucus to elect me caucus chair, I made promises to them. I said I would do training, which I set out to do, which I had done with the support of the speaker and the majority leader. And I wanted to be involved in every aspect of the work. Why? Because I had made that commitment to the caucus. So when things were not, quote unquote, working out with Rep. Lindsay at times because she would not get me involved, I didn't stop. When she said to me, when I felt that she was not comfortable with me asking questions or with me coming to her, I would not stop because I thought it was important for me to be involved and be engaged. And one of the emails, as you may have read, is that there were times earlier on I thought of stepping down from the role, but I didn't. I decided to stay on because I thought it was important for me to, just challenges should not make you stop doing the work that you do. So I said, I'm going to stay on and I'm going to keep asking questions and I'm going to try my hardest to get involved.
Oh, thank you. Jumping back to when you gained access to the caucus bank account on February 18th, you went with Representative Tatone, who was a former caucus chair. I assume on that date you became a co-signer on the account. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as you began looking at the bank statements and the copies of the checks, which we have here as well, do you recall what it was that caused you to say there's a problem here? Because a lot of times people will look over bank statements and just a quick gloss over, and they don't really take time to dig in. I get the sense that you had a recognition that something wasn't right. Could you just take us back to that point in time and describe what it was that was the trigger that caused you to say you need to talk to Rep. Marshall?
Yes. When I first started looking at the bank account, I just wanted to look at, how we were spending the money. I wanted to remember earlier on, I'm a problem solver. As legislators, we are problem solvers. Sometimes we look for the problem and also find the solutions. And that was part of it as well. I was, okay, here I have access.
You're in the
for the first
legislature,
time.
problem
It's been,
creators.
months and months where I've had nothing to do. I wanted to create a financial statement. So I started looking over the account. And that's when I noticed the quote unquote discrepancies on how the money was being spent. And that's when I reached out to Representative Lindsay about them.
Further questions from our committee?
I'm good for now.
Oh, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Joseph, for being here. So following up on what Representative Soper's line of questioning, I think, was driving at, in your statement that you read, you indicated that you were reviewing the accounts
Mhm.
and you noticed issues.
Yes.
In, I believe the words that you just used with Representative Soper were discrepancies.
Yes.
Could you be specific? What specific discrepancies or issues did you see? Red flags, specific transactions that jumped out at you
Yeah.
that you're referring to? I mean, it's been said in general terms in your testimony,
Yeah.
but what did you see in the ledgers that caused you to go to Representative Marshall? And I'm asking very specifically. And
Yes. Aside from the complaint, you see the, for instance, the check from the hotel that matches the check that was taken out of the account, and also the Portland trip. There was another trip, a couple of other transactions. There were transactions from different venues that I thought to myself, that's interesting. And also too, I know I'm under oath and I'm trying to be very careful not to mischaracterize what I saw on the account. And also, since I'm not an auditor, I do believe some of the transactions that I saw were, they did not seem to relate. Some of them, according to me, did not seem to relate as much to us in the work. And I can share that there were transactions that, and I've not mentioned that because, Marshall filed his own complaint, but some of the transaction to me did not make sense in the account. And that's why I reached out to Rep. Lindsay because, those were, for instance, there were something to a thrift shop. There were a couple of other transactions that seemed to be more, maybe I don't know if I can say that she had bought things for caucus members, but not for the entire caucus, and I have seen that there were times that, she did reimburse the caucus, but it feels at the time when I was looking at the account that the caucus card was being used more at my co-chair's whims, if that makes sense. And then the caucus was not aware of some of these transactions. That was another thing. When the caucus barely had any money, the caucus didn't know that. And by the way, for me, I had been elected on November 2024. And even though there were times I looked at the account, I felt like there were things in the account that did not make sense. To me, I was like, I'm concerned about what's happening while I've been caucus co-chair, not as much as what's been happening before. There were subscriptions. I looked at them as well too. There was something I believe I saw on the account around December 28 or 29. And I was like, we're not in session. What's happening here? And it was at I think it might have been at a resort or something. And I'd have to go look back. But my point is that I was like, these transactions look odd. So at least I'll look at the things that is important to, since I've been caucus co-chair, and let me reach out to Rep. Lindsay about those.
appreciate that. And I want to be clear, we're not asking you for an audit or your, professional opinion. We're not holding you to identifying anything. We want to know what aroused your suspicion.
Yeah.
It sounds from your testimony, and I don't want to mischaracterize it, that you saw things that you considered suspicious and that you wanted further clarification on. Is that fair?
I saw transactions that I thought was concerning that I wanted to get clarity on, because as caucus co-chair, if we were here 2 years from now or 3 years from now, you would have questions of me and why was, how did these transactions came about?
Sure. We'll call them concerning items. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so Of the concerning items that you're able to recall sitting here today,
Yes,
you've mentioned a Portland trip,
yes.
the hotel check. You said items from different venues, and you mentioned a thrift shop, and now you've said maybe a December 28th, 29 transaction or transactions at a resort. Do you remember any other venues that you found concerning?
No, not at this time.
Okay. You mentioned subscriptions. Do any specific subscriptions come to you right now, sitting here, that you found concerning?
No, I think that when I've looked at the account, some of these subscriptions where we have an email subscription for the web, we have a subscription for the website. So these are caucus business.
Okay. Aside from what you've mentioned so far, is there anything else that you recall that you found concerning that caused you to go to Rep Marshall and say, hey, I'd like you to take a look at this, get a second set of eyes?
I'm trying to remember. I know that I did. I'm trying to think if there were anything else. I know that when I had looked at the account, there were time, and again, that's just me looking at the account, that we spend money in two places. We spend money on during the morning breakfasts. We spend money at both at a coffee shop place like a Einstein Bagel, and also we have to go pick up fruits at a shop. And there were times, again, that's just my characterization. There were times that these amounts are not always consistent as far as.
Sorry, but
What I think and what I see,
Haitian
but
Haitian
not
accents
conclusive
always
of-
sound like they're lying. I'm sorry. This is just me being right.
I feel like you're asking me a
But she
question and I'm
sounds like she's
attempting to
lying.
answer
No,
your
she's not,
questions.
but
Yeah, and I think you are.
Haitians
And I
always
want to
sound
be
like
real
they're
clear.
Yeah,
Okay. We're not asking you for anything conclusive.
yeah,
We're asking about what aroused your suspicion,
yeah,
what you looked at and thought was a red flag. And simply because you looked at something and found it concerning, obviously doesn't prove the point that it was nefarious or
Yeah.
wrong. It just aroused your suspicion or concern. And that's what I'm trying to get at. What items you saw that you found concerning, because your testimony has been kind of general. I'm
Yeah.
trying to drill down on what are the things that someone without training,
yes,
who has not been afforded access to the account without having to ask for it repeatedly, finally gets access to the account, starts looking over the ledgers and sees, without having an accounting background, without having a bookkeeping, license or whatever you need to do that type of work, found sort of readily apparent, or at least concerning enough, to go to someone that they trusted. And so, I do have things like the Portland trip, the hotel check, different venues, thrift shop, the subscriptions. And by the way, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that any of this is conclusive. I'm just saying it aroused my understanding is it aroused your suspicion. And now you've also mentioned varying amounts from the food purchases for the caucus. So one week it might be X amount, and then the next week it might vary from that in a way that you found questionable. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, but I feel like we're painting outside of the line here. And the reason why I felt that is because I want to make sure my responses are at least are closer to what I remember the facts to be. And you ask me, what arose my concerns? And why did I go to Rep Marshall? And what arose my concerns and why I went to Rep Marshall is because there was a charge of $6,358.68. And there was a receipt from the hotel for that same amount, and there is a check made out to Rep. Lindsay for that same exact amount. And also too, in January, I believe, Rep. Lindsay wrote herself a check for $500, and then she wrote herself another check for $489, wrote herself another check for $2,500, and she did not pay. Well, when I looked at the account, there was no check in the account for dues of $2,500 or more for that time period since we have been elected caucus co-chair. Those arose my suspicion, and that's why I reached out to Representative Marshall. And I think I just want to make sure that I know you're saying it's not conclusive and we're just having dialogue, but I want to remain within that framework of what arose my suspicion and why I went to Rep. Marshall. Because I feel like the more you probe me and the more I'm coming up with what I remember and what I think, and it becomes a little bit more anecdotal.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yes.
We're asking about your experience, which is anecdotal. Okay. And so I want to be clear that we're just trying to get at the things you saw that you found suspicious or concerning, rather. Okay, that was your word.
Yes.
And you've just mentioned
Yes.
the $500 check and the $489 check.
Yes.
And you also put those checks, or you mentioned those checks, I believe, in a letter sent to, was it leadership?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever gotten an answer on what those checks were for?
So, no. I want to answer here. And by the way, the whole time that these amounts were taken, Rep. Lindsay and I were co-chairs. She never talked to me about taking this money out of the account. So if we're both co-chairs and this money, we are both fiduciaries, and you taking money out of the account 4 separate times and no mentioned, hey, by the way, I'm taking this money out. It's my money. I just want to take it out, and I'm taking it out. I took it out in December, January, and at different time. She never mentioned that to me. When I went to her on April 4th, even then there was an opportunity for her to explain to me the same way she's explained to the committee in her letters, because there is a responsibility for her to explain to me what happened, but she didn't. She instead told me that we could be friends and we can improve our relationship. When we went to the speaker's office, when she brought that sticker board, that was another opportunity for her to share with me those receipts and say, hey, by the way, you are co-chair. You have good reasons to have concerns about these. Here they are. It's my money. I took it out. Here are the receipts. Let's move forward. That's not what I've heard. And another thing, to your point about the first time I had seen receipts of everything that happened was when I reached out to our director, or LLS director, and I said, can I please see the transcript of what happened with this particular, what's going on with the ethics committee? I don't sit and watch the ethics committee convenings, but I wanted to see what was submitted. When I tried to click on the links to see the receipts, I did not have access, and I said, can you please send it to me? And Ed DeCecco sent me those receipts to look at. And I believe the first time I opened it was maybe 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago. And I had not seen the receipts, and I had not seen any of these, any of what happened, the receipts as far as how this money was spent. And so did I answer your question?
Well, I appreciate you asking me that, because my question was simply, have you ever gotten an explanation for the $500 check and the $489 check? And it's a yes or no.
I would say the answer is no, but she did bring a visual aid into the speaker's meeting when she came.
Did that visual aid explain the $500 check and the $489 check?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Okay. So sitting here today, you
Yes.
still don't understand. It's fair to say you still don't understand what the $500 check and the $489 check were for?
No, no.
Maybe I phrased the question weird because are you saying, I said, is it fair to say you don't have an understanding? And your answer is no. So does that mean you do have an understanding or you don't have an understanding?
For the last couple of months, Rep. Lindsay had told us it's her money, that she refunded herself what she was owed. So does that answer your question?
So is it your understanding that the $500 check and the $489 check were reimbursements to Representative Lindsay for money she claims she was owed from the fund?
That's what she's said many times.
Okay. During your answer, you mentioned that you are fiduciaries of this account. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you consider yourself to have been a fiduciary over these funds?
I want to put it more in simple terms. I believe that I have a duty toward the caucus to account for how the money is spent, what's happening in the account, and to make sure that if there's an issue, that it is resolved, or at least that I attempt to resolve it.
You had used the word fiduciary, and I'm not trying to play tricks here. I'm just trying to understand your view
Yes.
of your duties
Yes.
vis-a-vis this account.
Yes.
With respect specifically to the management of this account, do you consider yourself to have had a fiduciary duty?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what you've seen, do you believe that the conduct regarding the management of the account by Rep. Lindsay reflects a knowing misuse of funds or just disorganized bookkeeping?
Oof. I think the knowing part would go to her intentions, whether I know for sure that I can't speak to. But the point is, to your point about disorganized bookkeeping, I think it's pretty conclusory at this point because I had reached out to her multiple times. And there were also, how do I put it? I can give an example. For instance, when we were using the church, I remember when we were using the church and we had paid for the church, and Rep. Lindsay came to me and said, we're no longer using the church. We will use the SSB because it's free. And I said, did we pay for the church or did we not pay for the church? Well, I find out that we paid for the church. And I said, I think it might be best that we continue to use the church since we've paid for it. And I think part of the comment that was made was that, well, the caucus doesn't care. But the caucus doesn't care because the caucus doesn't know. If we paid for something, we ought to use it. If we did not pay for it, then that's different. So to your point about disorganized bookkeeping, is that there was at least this belief that, well, the caucus doesn't care about how we spend the money. But I do believe the caucus would care how we spend the money if they knew how we were spending the money. So whether it's knowing misuse of funds, That I don't know. I can't speak to that. You will look at what's in front of you, but I do believe it was disorganized bookkeeping. But more than that, it's the fact that when you have new information, and at least that's how, as a lawyer, as a regular person, if I get new information about something that's not working, do I fix it? And I had reached out to Rep. Lindsay on multiple occasions and shared with her, here's what's going on in the account. Can you explain to me? Can you help me figure this out? And throughout, she continued to use the account in the way that she was using it. And to that point, I believe that she was aware that the account was not properly, the money was not being properly accounted for in a way that shows, how do I say it? I don't want to say negligence, but it was disorganized in the way that she used the funds, and she did not set out to fix the problem when I had reached out to her, and when, you know, in conversation with the speaker, she believed she did the right thing, or at least that's my impression of how she came across.
So you've testified that you believe you had a fiduciary duty
Yes,
with respect to the management of this account.
yes,
And do you believe that Rep. Lindsay also had a fiduciary duty with respect to this account?
absolutely.
Do you think that from what you've seen, that she acted consistent with that fiduciary duty or in breach of that fiduciary duty?
So I Googled as I was sitting here, what is fiduciary duty is to act in the best interest of another party. As a whole, did Rep. Lindsay act in the best interests of the caucus in the way she utilizes the fund? I would say no.
So it's your testimony that she acted inconsistent with her fiduciary duty. Is that a fair characterization of your view?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a couple of follow-ups here. Representative Joseph, I'd like to go back, to your time as caucus co-chair, which started November of 2024, correct?
Yes.
You're tasked with collecting the caucus dues
Yes.
from each member. Representative Lindsay wrote a check on April 28th, 2025 for $2,500 with the memo noting for 25-26 caucus dues.
Mhm.
Was it alarming that a mere 60 days before, on February 28th, Representative Lindsay wrote herself a $2,500 check? Within the memo, it noted dues return.
Is that a question?
That's a question, yes.
Whether I had seen the check with the dues returns?
Yes.
Yes.
Did that raise any alarms with you?
Yes. And can I elaborate a little bit? Also, too, I had asked multiple occasions, can I see who paid caucus dues, who hadn't paid? And looking at the account as well, too, I was looking for things to do. I was like, I'm going to do it myself. And that was another thing, because she was not providing me any information on who paid for caucus dues. I was not collecting any dues because she was collecting them herself. I needed to know who paid. And I started looking at the account for who paid. And you can see the check. And based on that, I created an Excel sheet with who paid and who didn't pay. And that's how I also knew that Rep. Lindsay had not paid for the year 25-26.
As we sit here today, you're still caucus co-chair, is that correct?
Yes.
Has Representative Lindsay paid her dues for 25-26?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. De Herrera, do you have any follow-up questions?
Good morning. Thank you. Yes. Good morning, Representative Joseph. My name is Jerome De Herrera. I'm attorney for Representative Lindsay. Thank you for being with us this morning. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you as well.
Just a few questions. You became caucus co-chair with Representative Lindsay in November of 2024 or so, but you didn't actually get access to the account. I think you testified until February of 2026. Do you recall, is that correct?
No.
February 2025, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you recall what Representative Lindsay told you as far as like if you asked her to get access, like what her response was?
I have several messages, emails, and text messages where the issue was not just the bank account statements. And no, I don't have any, at this time, I don't have any recollection where Rep. Lindsay had told me anything and that she didn't have access, she couldn't provide access. She never shared any of that with me. And also as I mentioned, I felt completely froze out of caucus engagement entirely.
Do you recall whether she told you that you could obtain access through either Representative Titone or Representative Froelich, who I believe they were both the former co-chairs before you?
Thank you. The first time I realized that I could get the access to the account was when Senator Coleman, we were sitting in his office when he said, geez, why can't she get access to the account? Even the prior co-chairs, no one has access to this account to provide to Junie. That's when I went to Representative Titone, I believe either that same day, because I have a February 13 text message to Rep. Titone, and I said, I just find out that I could get access to the account from you. And she texted me back. She said, everything I have is old, but I'm happy to give it to you. And I talked to her and she provided me access on the 18th.
And how was Representative Titone able to provide you access in February of 2025?
She took me to the bank.
So she still had some sort of authorization from the bank to add you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, so you don't recall whether Representative Lindsay had told you you can get access through Representative Titone or through Representative Froelich? You don't have a recollection of that?
I would imagine, knowing my personality and the fact that I had gone to Rep. Titone, when I find out, had Rep. Lindsay told me that I could have gotten access through these people, I would have gone straight to them and asked them.
Okay. Let's go back to what you described. You testified with regard to the first interactions with Representative Lindsay, and I think this was at the retreat, the caucus retreat in November, shortly after you were elected as a co-chair.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my understanding that you testified, and I don't want to mischaracterize this, but you testified that you were trying to get information or speak with her.
Mm-hmm.
And this was an incident, and I think there's going to be a different view, but perspective between you and Representative Lindsay, but
Yes.
you each have your perspectives.
Yes.
Do you recall what the substance or the reason was, the reason for you trying to speak with her was it in an evening? And what was that reason?
I do have access to the email because, again, memories, fades after a while, but I do have the email that I sent to the speaker concerning that, what happened that day. And I sent it on Sunday, November 17th, and I sent it to Speaker McCloskey, Rep. Duran, and also Representative Lindsay, because yes, we all both have different perspective on what happened, but I wanted it to be fair. I wanted her to know that I was sending this to the speaker and that at least that whatever I said, that she was aware that I was not mischaracterizing what happened between us. And I'm happy to read it into the record. And also, it was also shared with the committee, I believe.
Yes, that email is in the record, and it's part of the records that you submitted to the committee. So thank you for disclosing that. And that is your rendition of the incident, correct? That's your rendition.
Absolutely.
Okay. But I'm trying to get back a little bit for the substance of what you were trying to talk about with Representative Lindsay.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to just test your memory. So I'll throw out there. It's my understanding that there was a communication that she had sent to the caucus members.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that.
And did you have an issue with that? And was that the impetus for you trying to speak with her at the retreat?
So you are referring to on November 13th, I shared a members' dues contribution document with Rep. Lindsay, and also the majority leader knew about it because we talked about it. And I am happy to share a copy of that as well. I have it. I shared it with Rep. Lindsay and the speaker, and I went back and looked over my messages, and I shared that contribution and engagement overview to Representative Lindsay, Monica or ML Duran, Rebecca Kisner, and the speaker. And in that document was basically, I created rules of engagement for the caucus, Colorado House Democratic Caucus overview, members' contribution and engagement. And in that document, it had a purpose, a mission for the House Democratic Party, members' contribution, the amount of dues, caucus programming and events, meeting and retreats, operational costs, meals for caucus and events, contribution deadlines, payment methods, active engagement in caucus activities, and, why we're doing it. And then I shared it with Representative Lindsay. She decided to create something different, and I think that's what you're trying to get at. And in the document that she created, by the way, what we were trying to do with the document that I created was to collect dues, to hold our caucus accountable and to collect dues. Representative Lindsay created something entirely different, and she said to me in an email, which I have it as well, she said, Junie, please submit your dues to me. And she created something that says, pay your dues, and here's what your dues are for. And when she sent it to the caucus, she did not tell me that she was sending it she signed it Junie Joseph with me and her. That was very nice, actually. I even said that. I think that's nice that as your caucus co-chair, you want to give the impression that we're working together. And that's all it has been over the last few years, or since we've been working together. It's the impression that we work together. And as someone who has a fiduciary duty, I don't want the impression of working together. I want us to be able to work together. And I think that was the point of contention, is that Rep. Lindsay submitted this document without talking to me. And I did fear that if it continues that way, other things will be sent without my consent, right? Just like today, we're sitting here and we're talking about money taken out of the account without having a conversation with me. There is a pattern of just doing things singularly and on her own without consulting with me. And that was the earliest, what's the word? The earliest time you could see that.
Okay. And at the retreat, if we go back to the retreat, and that's what led to that incident.
Yes.
Were you and Representative Lindsay supposed to meet with the majority leader, and did the majority leader not be available? Was that part of what was going on that evening?
So when I got there, I was traveling, showed up to the caucus drinks late because I was traveling, got there. Rep. Lindsay was working really hard, getting things together, getting people settled and everything. And I came and I said, hey, is there anything I can do to help? I said, can we chat? Because at the time, people were just having drinks and talking, and she did not, it seems like she didn't want to talk. And I had told the speaker that I was going to reach out to Rep. Lindsay. And yeah, there was supposed to be a meeting with the majority leader at some point, but nonetheless, me and Rep. Lindsay are co-chairs, and I should be able to speak with my co-chair and say, hey, what can I help you with? What can I do? And she said, no, I don't need your help. And she kept doing things and working. And I said, is there anything I can do? And I said, I think we do need to talk. We do need to talk. And that's when I mentioned that she asked me to get out of her face. And by the way, we're past that now. But I was, like I said, taken aback by that. And I was very surprised because I do believe at that time I came to her in good faith, wanting to help and wanting to support. There was no animosity. I mean, and also too, my personality is, once I have shared that text message, which I'm willing to read to you, it was nothing when after Rep. Lindsay sent out that email, all I said is that please keep me updated when you're sending things and
Well,
make
and-
sure that I am aware. So there was no, what's the word? There was no bad blood between us, but the concerns of the fact that she was just unilaterally making decision about the caucus was very concerning to me. And that's why I wanted to also chat with her.
Thank you. And I'll represent, for the record,
Yeah.
that text message, and I believe the message that Representative Lindsay had sent out asking for caucus members to submit dues has been submitted by you to the committee. So that's in the record. Thank you. Let me move on to the next subject, which is your review of or your access to the documentation that was used by Mr. Quinn in his report. And you're familiar with Mr. Quinn and the report that he did, the review that he did?
Yes.
Okay. In your testimony, and I think this is what is communicated in your emails, you were asking for documentation for transactions and for activity of the account. Is that correct? And that was as you testified, you and Representative Lindsay met on April 4th.
Yes.
This was after an email that you had sent on March 23rd. Then on April 5th, you sent an email, right? And
Yes.
this is in the record. The committee's talked about this, looked at it, and you had CC'd the majority leader and the Speaker of the House, and you had raised your concerns about the issues we've been talking about.
Yes.
The check for 6358, the dues return for 2,500, those and a couple of other issues, right? So you submit that in an email to Representative Lindsay, and you also give her a deadline, and you say, I'd like to see documentation on all this. And correct me if any of that's wrong, but that's just what the email says. So then it's my understanding you all meet on April 14th. Is that right? With the majority leader and Speaker of the House. And that's where Representative Lindsay has this poster board with notes on it.
Yes, we met on the 14th. Yes, and that's when Rep. Lindsay had the visual aid.
Okay. And I understand it's not contested that those notes, they were sticky notes or whatever, they're colored notes, right? And you started to get into this with Representative Woodrow, but I just want to make sure the point is clear. She was trying to convey information through that poster board. Is that correct?
Yeah, by inference, yes, absolutely.
By inference, but she was conveying certain information.
Yes.
And did you review the substance of what was on that poster board?
It was in front of me. I saw it. And review, what do you mean by reviewing?
What was on that? What
Did I
was she-
see it?
yeah,
Yes, absolutely.
And what did you take away any, okay, here's what she's telling me and I should look at this? Or did you just say, this is just, it's not, I just need to see documentation, not a visual?
I believe I took a picture of it. I looked at it. But it was very busy. What's the question? I'm trying to answer the question, and when
What did
there's no
you-
question, I feel like I'm painting. I'm trying to
Sorry.
answer.
Sorry, if my question wasn't very clear. I'm trying to understand if, or learn what you understood she was trying to convey through that poster board. That was her method of communication for that meeting. Apparently, it did not connect well with you, but were you able to take away anything from what she was trying to communicate with you and the other folks at the meeting?
Yes, I do believe she was trying to communicate with us. She had the 6,300 and 58.68 cents on top. She had the $500 check as well. She had the 489. She also had I'm remembering by memory here. I remember she also had the $2,500 check at the bottom. And she also had a list of, is it receipts? Not receipts, but numbers that I suppose somehow corresponds with the top number and also the 2,500s at the bottom. I couldn't figure that out, but I do believe she was trying to explain something.
Okay.
Explain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. De Herrera, would it help for her to refresh her memory by looking at the photos she has?
Sure, that would be great.
And by the way, this is
Darren O'Connor, counsel for today.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
You as well, sir.
I assume that's okay with the committee?
Yes, I was going to have you introduce yourself, so thank you for doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't have that poster board in front of me, but that's okay. I think I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
If there's anything you want to supplement, that's fine. Otherwise, we can move on to the next question.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Okay. So my next question is, at any point after that, did you and Representative Lindsay meet to walk through her documentation as to her reimbursables, as well as the expenses that were incurred by the caucus? Did you and her ever have a meeting?
No.
Okay. Did you ever review the documentation that she's produced regarding the reimbursables that she, for the expenses she incurred on behalf of the caucus?
Representative Lindsay and I have, aside from the time when we met on the 14th, I don't believe we have met. And I'm trying to remember, thank you so much, that we have never met. We have not met one-on-one to discuss what happened. I believe the speaker, I've met in the speaker's office and we've talked about it, and I had still not seen. It was more conversation. And then the speaker also did a presentation via Zoom. And at the time, part of the conversation was the speaker did not want to release access to this information so that it did not find itself out there. So I had not seen, as I mentioned to you, I had not seen the receipts, or I had not seen any of the documentation until I had reached out to Ed DeCecco and just looked at the documents myself.
And
Yeah.
you've testified that was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, about two. He sent it to me a while back when I asked him, I think at least maybe a month or more when I reached out to him, and he sent it to me, I believe, through one of the OLS attorneys, Christy Chase. She sent it to me, and then I opened it recently to just look at the document and download whatever I wanted to look at.
Do you have an understanding that Representative Lindsay did provide all the documentation for reimbursables and expenditures to the speaker, and that was reviewed by Mr. Quinn, who did a review of the caucus? Do you have an understanding that she produced the documentation?
I do have a copy of the report that was submitted by Mr. Quinn, and the speaker disseminated it to all of us. So based on that, I
Okay.
can infer that she met with him and she shared documents with him.
And during the review that Mr. Quinn performed, did you participate in that review at all?
No. The only thing I did was Mr. Quinn needed access to the first bank account, and that's the only thing that I shared with him, was just he needed access, and that's about it. I had not seen, as I mentioned, the first time I had seen receipts and documents that Rep. Lindsay had or had shared with Mr. Quinn is when I opened that document that I mentioned to you.
Did anyone ever tell you this documentation has been provided by Representative Lindsay? It's now here and available for you to review.
Yes. Thank you for that. Yeah, the speaker shared, there was a document, right, that was shared with us. And I had been to the speaker's office. I had not seen any of the documents, but okay. Yes. I had not reviewed any of the documents myself. I knew, according to the speaker, that they existed.
This is like going nowhere.
Sure.
It's
And
so circular.
let me provide us with an exhibit, which I think will help with the timing of that.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes,
Have you had a chance to take a look at the document
yes,
before you?
yes.
And can you tell us what that document is?
Yes, that's a email from the speaker that says, "Hello all, Rep. Joseph and I have connected. I think there would be value in Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker, AML Bacon, and Rep. Joseph reviewing the full list of receipts and well as AML and Rep. Lindsay and I did." Also, okay, so basically the speaker is saying that Basenecker, AML, and I should review the full list of receipts. I can tell you, I went to a meeting, the speaker was there, Will Coyne was there, AML was there, and we sat, we had conversation, but I had not seen any documents. And at the time when I was there in that room, no one had seen any documents too. At least we were just talking. The speaker said she had the documents. We had conversation. Will Coyne mentioned that he believed that he got the documents that he needed from Rep. Lindsay, and he noted that he assumes that the funds, and for whatever he did not have, he assumed that it was spent on the caucus. And I remember that conversation.
But let me go back to the point of this email.
Yes.
From what it looked to me like is that the speaker, and you weren't here yesterday, but the speaker testified that at this point, at least by October 7th, 2025, that Mr. Quinn had received the documentation he had asked for.
Yes.
And he had used that documentation to create his report.
Yes.
And it appears to me that she's inviting you and others to come and look at that documentation.
Yes.
Is that a fair characterization of what the speaker was conveying in this message? Like that there was documentation and you are welcome to come and look at that documentation.
Yes, and the speaker had offered to provide those receipts during the retreat. There were multiple times that she mentioned that, caucus members would have the opportunity to look at receipts. And as I've noted to you, and at this point too, part of the conversation, are we arguing whether there is receipts or whether there is not receipts or whether the funds have been properly managed? Those are two different issues, but I will respond to your question. The receipts, I had not seen any receipts until about 2 weeks ago, as I've noted. We wanted to see the receipt. Many caucus members had asked the speaker to release all those documents for the entire caucus to see. But the speaker had expressed that she did not want all these receipts out there. The speaker has to speak for herself.
Ooh,
But the point was,
cluckers
my
on
understanding,
us.
I wanted to look at the receipts, but I remember when I showed up to that meeting, she had a computer in front of her and we had a conversation and there was no receipts shared, no documentation shared.
Just basically what it.
Yeah, see? Yeah, right.
Let me move on to,
1 second.
sure.
I think
Would you like me to respond to the question about this?
Yes, please.
So,
So just for the record, in front of you,
yeah.
if you can confirm, is a copy of the poster board that Representative Lindsay
Yeah.
presented during this meeting on April 14th. Is that correct?
Yes, that is it. Yes.
And that's an accurate rendition, which is in the record
Yes.
of the committee. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, please confirm what you believe she was trying to convey, if you
Yes.
can.
Yes, I think she was trying to convey how she spent the money as far as the check in questions. She had 6,358.68 cents on top, and then she had amounts, right? And per stickers that says I guess that amount to that total of 6,300. And then she also had 2024 caucus retreat, how she spent some money there, and also the $500 as well. She had money that I guess she had provided or put into the caucus called Tide Over, and then the 489 as well, between the 500 and the 489. I think that was her trying to show how that money was spent. And then she had more stickers down the line, the 2023 caucus, and then also she had the $2,500 at the bottom, which was outstanding, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You talked about the dues for the caucus members. I believe you testified you have a chart now or a spreadsheet that shows who's paid the dues and who is not. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are other caucus members, I'm assuming, who have not paid their dues in addition to Representative Lindsay. Is that correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. About how many?
I believe it was, I had it in one of the emails that I sent to the speaker. I believe it was more than 8, but I'd have to look back at my emails to remember the exact amount.
So about 8, I guess, is your recollection. Out of how many? How many members are in the caucus?
We have 43 members right now.
43.
And
Okay.
before we had 46.
No further questions?
Any follow-up, committee? All right. Thank you, Representative, almost. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do just have one follow-up. Going back to a question that Mr. De Herrera had been asking about the chart that you have, or the picture you have in front of you. Yes, thank you. And just for the record, Representative Joseph held up the picture of the Post-it notes. When you first saw, I guess, the Post-it notes, was it your impression at that time that that had been the method of accounting the entire time, or was this produced to be a visual because questions had been asked?
Yeah, thank you for that. I believe at the time when I looked at it, I remember my impression. I was so surprised by it, to the point where I was like, I need to take a picture of this, because I was just so surprised. And I had assumed that was maybe the method of keeping track, but also too, it was just surprised, the method. And yeah, that I was just surprised by that. And yeah, but everybody have different way of thinking, and sometimes they have to put things down, but I was still surprised by it. And I thought that in itself is not an accounting method, because while it made sense looking at it, right, it may amount to the amount, but it still doesn't show you, which account was used and whose account. And then, yeah, I think it's an attempt to explain how the money was spent, but it's not an accountable way of reflecting how you spend the money. And the $2,500 was still outstanding at that time too. So I was just kind of surprised by seeing the board. But I hope it doesn't come across that I'm saying that someone cannot use,
Do you recall?
additional way of keeping account.
Do you recall when you first saw the board?
Yes, I do. Yes.
When?
Oh, when I first saw it was in that meeting with the speaker. Rep. Lindsay walked in with it and put it in a chair in front of me, the speaker, and the majority leader. And she put it in front of us on a chair, and Rebecca was sitting there too. So it was right in front of me.
So the board was not in Representative Lindsay's office. She had brought it with her to the meeting with the speaker.
We have an office that has a divider, and a lot of times I was not in that office. Whether she had it in her office prior to showing up to that meeting, I don't know. I can't speak to that.
I want to go back to one thing that was submitted into the record, and I unfortunately have a lot of information here in front of me. But I recall one of the text messages that was going back and forth. I believe it was between you and Representative Marshall. And the phrasing within the text message was, there's a sense that the reconciliation was because there was some sort of a disagreement between you and Representative Lindsay.
Yes.
Do you recall this text message?
Yes, and I've mentioned that quite a few times yes. I'm sure I have it too in my notes. Yes.
Was it, because I just want to, clear this up,
Yes, thank you.
since it was part of the record, that your search for information within the caucus finances
Yes.
was purely from an altruistic motive of wanting to do good by the caucus. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. According to me, 100%. I wanted to do right by the caucus and I wanted to do my duty.
At that time, was there also a parallel grudge between you and Representative Lindsay?
Absolutely not. And you can see even in the emails, after I had the meeting with the speaker and the majority leader, I believe we were in a better place. And again, I guess it's just me testifying and I'm a witness, right? No, there's no character witness for this, for me as a witness, but this job is complicated. We're going to have disagreement. Disagreement is inherently part of this job that we do. And I am able to move forward and not hold anything as a grudge. And also too, I guess the question is whether taking out anything else, whether it is acceptable for a caucus co-chair to take money out of the account without consulting, without saying, hey, by the way, I just took this money out, whether that's acceptable, regardless of what you think of me, whether you think, okay, Junie had a grudge or not, right? Do you believe just by looking at the facts that what happened in this account is okay, or is it not okay? And I can tell you, I don't have a grudge against Rep. Lindsay. I think she's a nice person and I like her as a person and I want to move forward. And I think, the issue had been that there were concerns and they had not been resolved. And yeah.
Why didn't the poster board resolve your concerns?
Why? Because even the $2,500 was still outstanding. Because I think at that time, Rep. Lindsay had shared that, she gave explanation. And then she said when she took out the $2,500, she thought she had paid her dues and she didn't. And the thing is, she did not return that money into the account until maybe, is it a week or two later? And the thing is, there was still no communication. Rep. Lindsay everybody's different and everybody, engage each other differently when there is quote unquote misunderstanding or concerns. Even when she returned the check, I did not know. She did not send me a text message or an email to say, hey, Junie, I returned the check. I looked at the account and knew that the check had been returned. And I think it's a fair concern to have. If you're going to take $2,500, out of a caucus fund and you said it's for return dues and you had not paid dues. And at some point you did pay, are you taking out the dues that you paid from your campaign funds, right? And then you're putting it in your own personal account. Is that what's going on? Or is it that you just, you failed to pay dues and you forgot? There was no communication and no engagement. It was just decisions after decision without consultation.
Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Joseph. I just have one question about the sticky notes.
Yes.
At the time, do you recall any impression you had about the fact that all of these expenses that happened over the course of multiple years added up to basically be exactly what the hotel was? Did that raise any alarms with you? Or is it not the case that was what was trying to be conveyed?
I think you're asking me for, I guess, personal impression. That's not conclusory. I would say I did find it odd that somehow the amount that was taken out of the account is it's not impossible but it felt highly improbable because of the exact amount. It's like, wow, how did that happen? So yeah, when I looked at the sticker board, it did feel strange. It did look strange.
No further questions.
Representative
Democrats are
Garcia
trained to
Sander.
use sticky notes too.
Thank you,
The
Madam
sticky
Chair.
note thing is all part of the
Um,
Marxist.
Thank you, Rep.
in the way
Joseph,
she did it.
for coming in and answering so many questions. Earlier, you said that you had a perception of being frozen out of your fiduciary responsibilities. And you also said you don't want to say negligence. So do you believe we're sitting here now because of really bad bookkeeping and bad collaboration or insufficient collaboration and communication? Or after the questions that you've answered and thought, thinking through some of your responses, do you think there is any negligence there?
So I think the question you're asking me, was there bad bookkeeping? Yes. Was there lack of collaboration? Absolutely. Was there lack of communication? Yes. Was there also a lack or a failure to behave with a level of care? I think because this is not a court of law, it's a hard question to ask, because I have to tell you, even though we're sitting here today, I still have, as a person, I still have a positive view of Rep. Lindsay as a person. I do believe she fed us many days on end for more than 3.5 years. And I do believe she did it out of love, but at the same time, is the love that she poured into the job, was the word, overshadow the fact that the caucus funds were not properly managed? I think that's an important question, right? It's over $100,000. Should the next person who show up as caucus co-chair be able to just use the money however they want, whenever they want, without conversations question? So I don't know if I can speak to the negligence part, because I felt like when you asked me about negligence, you're asking me more than just, what I can answer to. I can only speak to what I know. And what I know is that there was no communication. There was poor bookkeeping. And I remember, by the way, I even had to, I believe I sent a text with Representative Lindsay and the speaker when when Rep. Lindsay had decided that we were no longer going to use the church that we had paid for. And I thought to myself, that's the people's money. You don't get to just turn around and just change without having a conversation with the caucus first, because we had paid for that. So that's just an example of the money being used, however, if that makes sense. And I don't know if I would just say, I think it was poor bookkeeping, lack of collaboration, lack of communication, and also lack of wanting to change course, if that makes sense as well, too, because I had brought concerns to her and it seemed that she didn't see them as concern. And that's concerning, right? If we're colleagues and I said to you that, hey, we ought to change course or look at this way, and she didn't see it that way. And I do believe, based on that, she failed to meet some standard of care in a way. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Representative Joseph, for your extended time and for showing up to the committee today. We will let you go on about your day and move on to our next witness, who is Representative Marshall.
This should get fun. Marshall's, he's a Democrat, but he is entertaining, and he is who brought the complaint, and he is who.
Meanwhile, we'll take a 5-minute recess for a bio break for everyone.
Bio break. Shut up. Shut up. I gotta hate Democrats. Anyways, yeah, this should be interesting with Marshall. So, anyways, I'm gonna take a break too. I've been sitting here listening. I'm gonna go take a bio break as well. Everybody, go take your bio break. God, leave it to someone in the government to come up with something stupid like that. Thanks to everyone who was hanging out last night too. I was a little bit wine drunk, and I still was able to put this stream together for this morning, so that was good. Also, while naming names and stuff on TV, oh, my neighbor's kitty just came over. No. Anyways, thanks for watching this morning too. It's boring, but it's kind of interesting. I'm kicking myself. I'm kicking myself for not doing this with Weinberg's complaint. But next year, any more of the ethics complaints, I'm going to do the same thing. I've missed 2 of Mandy Lindsay's, but there's always plenty. Weinberg, there was like 20 of them. So next year, I'll got to do it. Hey, Candace 420. Looks like they're coming back in here. So thank everyone who's kind of listening in. This is a boring stream. Not as exciting as last night, which was Rumble only. Today we're on YouTube. I put this stuff on my YouTube too, but otherwise I don't ever stream to YouTube. I laughed so hard last night on that stream. I was laughing so hard. Oh my gosh. It wasn't even the wine. It was just so funny. Everyone was being so funny. Ugh. About died. All right, I'll be right back. It's going to start here in a sec. It was just I've been starting to do a new stream, Brady, which is I call it Worlds Collide, and it's just a bunch of my different friends from different places on the internet come on. So I would say it was pretty much racist, and there was guns, and like I don't. It was just funny, just people making fun of each other, and it was just a good time. I gotta take the dog out.
The committee will come back to order and we will call in our next witness, which is Representative Bob Marshall. Thank you, Representative Marshall, for showing up for our committee today. Right off at the start here, I would like to acknowledge for the record that we received your letter from last Friday, August 7th, and I want to advise you that your request in that letter for us to use polygraphs for our witnesses was certainly in order for you to request any procedural change in this committee. And at our discretion, we have declined to do that. And instead, we will be offering an oath for you to take. I also want to point out that that part of your letter was certainly in order, but the rest and the bulk of your letter was out of order. you had been instructed as long since the start of this committee, as well as the entire House of Representatives, to not communicate with the committee or any other witnesses as long as we were in this discussion on this case. Under House rule and our prohibitive communications, prior to making a final determination under House Rule 49F, members of the committee are prohibited from having any communication about the complaint or hearings with Representative Lindsay or any witness appearing before the committee, and also in every notice to every witness.
That's so
We have
him.
routinely
That's so
included in the
Bob
notice,
Marley.
do not speak or communicate with members of the Ethics Committee or any other witnesses about this matter. And I will ask you on the record to, from this point forward, to please not communicate either in person or via email with any members of the community. We intend to be respectful to you today, and I hope that you will be the same. And with that, that letter will be entered into the public record of this committee. If you are prepared to take the oath, I will administer that now.
I'm prepared.
Representative Marshall, do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you will give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
That is an affirmative answer. Committee, questions for our witness. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Marshall, for being here. Reason why we're here is you filed a complaint, and that resulted in this Ethics Committee coming together. We found probable cause to move to an evidentiary hearing, which brings us to today. Just for foundation, could you tell us a little bit about your background as far as professional training?
Well, I graduated from college, went in the Marine Corps. I was a finance officer for years in the Marine Corps as a side duty. Went to the Marine Corps after 6 years, selected me to go to law school. They sent me to Cornell Law School. I graduated there with dual degrees. Went and did JAG work for 3 years, got out, went and clerked for a federal circuit judge. War started, they pulled me back. I did a lot of, was a police transition team leader on the Iraqi border with Syria. And then I was the governance OIC for Helmand Province. Had some medical issues, wound up at Wounded Warrior Battalion. Started doing disability work. At the time, wound up getting out of litigation work so long, I got a LLM in tax law from the University of San Diego. IRS picked me up immediately, worked for the Large Business International Litigation Division. COVID hit, came home, got involved locally the first time, and step by step got involved in local politics, which led to people asking me to run for office, and wound up here.
Thank you for your service. I heard a couple of financial backgrounds in there from the Marine Corps, giving you some specialized financial training. Could you describe what that training was like?
Well, I went to a financial management officer course for the Marine Corps. When I was at Cornell Law School, I had specialty certificates in business law and regulation. Took a couple accounting courses way back in the day as a side. That's basically it.
That sounds very good. Going back to, I guess, when you became aware of this issue, I would like to know a little bit more about, was it Representative Joseph who approached you that there were concerns with the Democratic caucus's finances?
Yeah, and it started off slowly. We were over in the SSB building, and her office was just a couple doors down from me. And she, it was probably around January of 25, started coming around and would ask me questions like, do you have an accounting background, Bob? Do you have a forensic accounting background? I know you did these tax laws things. Started asking me just questions here or there. And then finally she just unloaded and said she was, had been elected the Democratic caucus chair, co-chair, and she had been blocked from getting access to the account. And when she finally did get access, there were a lot of troubling transactions that she found. And I tried to get her to explain to me what they were. But again, this was a long process because she didn't want to, just go full bore, I guess you want to say. So she finally drew out some of the transactions. I don't know how much farther you want to go. You said, how'd you first know? And that's how I first knew.
No, thank you. When, because I assume, at some point in time you saw the actual bank statements and copies of checks. Could you tell us, was it Junie Joseph who provided those to you, or did you, sua sponte, just go off on your own and try to seek this evidence?
No, because I didn't have access. So I asked Junie to show me, and she did. And those are the documents you had in the complaint.
And when you reviewed, I guess, the documents that Junie provided to you, what were your thoughts? What was your present sense impression in terms of, as you're glancing through this with your background, what raised your first concerns that there might be a problem?
Well, there were multiple ones. One of the biggest ones was Junie was telling me, and again, this is all hearsay. That's why I'm like, I don't know what recipient witness I am for this, but she brought forward, she said she's been trying to get Mandy to give her receipts for things in there, and Mandy keeps stiff-arming her and saying that she would, and she doesn't give it to him. That was a big red flag. I already had big issues with the caucus fund in terms of putting money in and not knowing what the hell it's doing. But again, I realized it was a big stinking pile of mess, but it wasn't my mess. But Junie brought this, put it right in front of me. And so a couple big red flags was, of course, the reimbursement for caucus dues for $2,500. Why? What purpose for that? And again, I found out later that she had never paid caucus dues. Her campaign paid them in the first term. She paid no on the second term. So paying the $2,500 into her own pocket was taking campaign funds directly out of there, laundering and washing them through the caucus fund and putting it in her own pocket. That's what's happening. What intent there may have been, I don't know, but that's what happened. And that was a huge red flag, a giant one. And then we were told, she showed me that, and again, I didn't review anything for her. I've been watching her proceedings, but she had, we had the caucus retreat, and right there on the bank statements, the caucus fund was charged 3 times for a total of about $6,300. And yet Mandy writes herself a check for that exact same amount of money saying reimbursement for retreat and puts it in her account for what was already paid. And I was like, what the hell is that? That makes no sense. You need to find out what that's about. And then it comes, and again, that was right there at that time. It got drug out because Junie kept telling me, and again, it wasn't like every day she's talking to me. It's like once a week. And I'm like, you got to follow this up. You got to follow this up. Not getting receipts, not getting any good explanations. And then I hear the 631266, and I'm just pulling out a number. Mandy claims is the exact amount of money that was owed to her for the money she put in. And I'm like, that is like one of the biggest red flags for a fraud investigator. If you got someone down to the penny saying that's some kind of reimbursement to them, that makes no sense. I mean, could it be possible? Yeah. Statistically likely? Absolutely not. So if that was the explanation given, that was a giant red star cluster. And then finally, the other third transaction, which, again, any of them in their singularity could have been a mistake. But the entire pattern became extremely troubling. And then find out that the caucus fund, supposed to cash flow about $100,000 a term. And we blew through the whole thing in a year and nobody said anything. The leadership was backfilling it because we had already spent it all through. I mean, where's the budgeting? Not one time did we ever get a monthly report. And again, I'm going off on a tangent now, but I guess what the question is, what made me troubled about it? Yeah. And in June, when they finally broke some of the news, we were at a caucus retreat. I was not there because I had to be at the NCSL conference. I know they broke it to the caucus at that time. So people knew about it in June of 25 in the entire Democratic caucus. And what was disturbing about it was that very week, I had gone to the Douglas County Democratic Party monthly meeting, and we had our treasurer report every month. This is the money that came in. This is the money we spent, where it came in, where it went. Tuesday, I go to my VFW. We had our monthly meeting, treasurer report. This is the money came in. This is where the money was spent. That Friday, when I couldn't make it, NCSL gives us a big, huge document of the accounting. Never seen anything on a fund that runs $100,000, more than both the VFW and the Douglas County Democratic Party runs. So, yeah, those were big red flags of just gross mismanagement. And I told Junie that, and she didn't want to bring it to attention. She was very, very terrified because her concern, and she told me, was the reaction by the caucus. It would be a Team Mandy versus Team Junie rather than what's black and white going on in that fund. That there would be people that would back Mandy and attack Junie. So yeah, that's about where we were.
I understand that there was a vote that occurred within the Democratic caucus as to whether or not to move beyond just the reconciliation of Mr. Will Quinn to having a more forensic audit of the caucus funds. Could you kind of describe a little bit more of like that story and what happened? Why didn't they move to the next level of forensic audit?
I don't remember an actual vote. I think there was a sense of the caucus, and where we did like a survey or something. I don't remember. And again, I could be wrong. Like I said, I didn't review a lot of materials. I don't remember an actual vote. I think there was a survey, but I know I asked for an audit and had been pushing for that. And we were supposed to, it was between the speaker and I, and they came up with having the Democratic Party do a reconciliation, not an audit. And when that came back, of course, to me, it was facially deficient. And I put in the complaint why I thought it was facially deficient. And sure enough, I found out too, we've had like 3 different accountings with the reconciliation. So again, I couldn't trust a darn thing. People say, well, why didn't you go dig through the receipts? It's like, are you kidding me? I got a reconciliation that was done over 5 months and they can't come to a number of whether it was reconciled or not. And whose responsibility is it to reconcile that account? Maybe the person who's responsible for the account.
That's good. We also have heard from sort of some other witnesses concerning the trend and how things were spent. Was anything concerning to you about funds being spent outside of the legislative session? Like, for example, for a meal?
Yeah, I heard those things. And again, I wasn't digging. So I heard, there's meals outside. There's thrift stores that, you get a receipt for the thrift store, but what actually was bought that actually went for the caucus. I did not go down that rat hole. I picked 3 examples that I thought were very black and white to present in the complaint and say, this is a pattern. If there's more to that pattern, that's fine. But I do think there's absolutely a pattern of mismanagement. If there's other examples, I have no doubt. There are quite a number of more examples. It's not just those 3.
Now, you're the one who filed the complaint here. Do you believe that leadership had taken this issue serious? Because you raised some very serious allegations here.
I think leadership did take it very serious. And that was one reason it was very touchy on how they addressed it. I have no doubt it was, and leadership told me how much time they had to spend with, trying to deal with it. I do think they didn't want it to blow up in anyone's face. And I understand that impulse, so to speak, but at the end of the day, I don't think it served everyone very well. And again, hindsight's 2020, but I think they did take it serious, and they didn't want it to blow up.
I'm good. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Representative Marshall, for being here. Is there any doubt in your mind that the record evinces a breach of fiduciary duty by Representative Lindsay?
No, there's not a single doubt in my mind.
Okay, nothing.
Any other questions? Mr. De Herrera?
Good morning, Representative Marshall. Thank you for being here with us. Before I begin, I just want to thank you for your service to our country. It's very important, and your service is commendable and very distinguished. So thank you for that. My only question was, and I think you alluded to this, my question was, have you ever reviewed the documentation that was gathered by the speaker and that was used by Mr. Quinn in his review?
I'm not even sure what documentation, to be quite honest, because we were told we were going to have an audit, and then there wasn't an audit. Then it was going to be a reconciliation. And then I asked and followed up like 3 times, what is the status of the reconciliation? Representative Lindsay hasn't given us the documents. She hasn't given us receipts. Well, she gave us notes on some and some receipts. The feedback I got was it was a complete cluster. And then when I got we got competing reconciliations of, for Mr. Quinn of 3 different amounts. And it was obvious that the one was wrong on saying, Representative Lindsay still owed the caucus the $2,500 for dues. We didn't owe her money. It was so obvious to me. It's not my job to go in. I'm just a member to go in and try and look at every single receipt, because my understanding, all the receipts never were given. So no, I did not go into every piece of paper, because that was supposed to be done by a qualified auditor, is what I had been promised.
Thank you. That's my only question.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you for your time and for waiting for us today, Representative Marshall. All right, we'll move on to Representative Lindsay. Yeah, no
Here we
problem.
go. Let's see how this goes. Judy, you guys, I love you guys. But can you not do your white trash fighting in my Colorado government chat? I love you, but come on.
Okay, since you've been here throughout, I will administer an oath for you. So when you're ready.
Is this on? Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony that you will give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Committee, questions for Representative Lindsay? Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lindsay, for being here today. So I have questions about, in your response, the timeline around when you deposited the $60,000 in funds, when you wrote yourself the $6,358 check, and when you cashed the check. So based on your narrative, you're describing you're at the bank, you're depositing checks, and then you're on your way out of town. You realize your card might be charged, and then so you write yourself a check so that it could absorb, presumably so that it could absorb the impact of the $6,000 charge. Why did you not cash the check immediately? And then it sounds like you waited a couple of days to even see that in fact they had charged the caucus card. And so did you believe your account had enough money in it to handle the $6,300 potential charge? Yeah, I'm just curious why there was a delay on cashing the check if you were writing the check urgently.
Yes, thank you. So yes, on the Friday of the retreat, I did make a trip to First Bank to deposit that $60,000 worth of dues. But to the check, that check was actually, I wrote it on the morning of December 5th. I don't know why it has 11:15 on it. I think because I read an email that morning that freaked me out that talked about the last day of the treat. I don't know. And I deposited it the morning of December 5th before I hopped on a flight to New Orleans. And so the day I wrote it is the day that I deposited it. And so I did not intend to write it or deposit it at the end of the retreat. That was not my intention.
Well, that conflicts with what you wrote in your response. In your response, you said, since my card was on file for all the hotel rooms, I panicked that my personal card would be used to pay, wrote a check to make sure that the retreat bill would be paid. I then immediately got a flight to attend 2 other work conferences. And when you returned, realized through a deeper read of the emails that the hotel balance had been paid for on the caucus card after all. What you just described was you already being back, all of this being 3 weeks prior. And so why is there a difference between what you wrote in your response and what you just said to me?
Okay, my response is consistent, but let me give you some more context because I understand why this is confusing. On the Friday that our retreat ended, I left and I went to First Bank and deposited all those checks. And then I hopped on a flight to another location, not a work conference, but a family-related emergency. That involved a 3-week period of basically a life or death situation with one of my children. Once I emerged from that, I had a trip coming to New Orleans. I kind of peeked my head up again, checked email, saw the email from the hotel that said my card would be charged, the card on file would be charged, and then panicked at that point. That's when I saw the email. And then I went on 2 trips. And I came back late to December, getting ready for session and began to dig through my emails again. I also knew at that point that they had not yet charged my account because I checked my account. And then when I was digging through, doing a closer look and clearing out my email and getting my inbox to 0, I saw that email again and realized that I had foolishly and crazily misunderstood what it said.
Who is believing this?
Embarrassingly, I was horrified.
It's so convoluted.
But I realized that after I got back from a trip to Atlanta.
So, putting the timeline together. So around December 4th is when you think they're about to charge your card. This is 3 weeks after the retreat had already happened. And in fact, we have receipts showing that in mid-November, 3 weeks prior, they had already charged the caucus card. So I guess I just don't understand why you didn't call the hotel to make sure that the charge had happened on the caucus card, why you didn't check the caucus bank account. I'm having trouble understanding why your first reaction is to put $6,000 from the caucus account into your account when it seems like there were multiple other steps you could have taken. So did you consider calling the hotel? Did you check the other accounts at all before making this decision? And why did you backdate the check?
Okay, let me write these down. So the first question is why I did not call the hotel. I read some emails at the crack of dawn before I hopped on a plane, and that's when I was sitting at my dining room table. I remember it specifically, checking some email, had kind of a oh shoot moment, and prepped so I could leave on a trip. And I didn't call the hotel. I was like, this is covered. This fire is taken care of today. And I went on my 2 work trips. During that time, it was that 3-week period specifically was one of the worst times of my life. And so I was not on top of things. I was not, I don't know, my executive functioning was off. I was very stressed. I was upset. I had also injured myself while I was traveling concerning my child. And so I had like a pretty serious leg injury. I had been taking some medication to alleviate the pain. I mean, in very layman's terms, I was kind of a hot mess. And so I attribute the writing the date of that because of that, because I don't have another explanation besides I was barely hanging on. I was trying to pick myself up and go on these work trips I'd committed to, which I regret and wish I had not gone into because they were just pain-filled and awful. But I was just trying to fulfill my obligations, trying to put out fires, trying to do all these things. And I was disorganized about it. I was unsuccessful in that regard. And when I had a little more clarity later in the month, man, felt like a total idiot.
I appreciate that, and I've definitely been there. My question, though, is yesterday we had the speaker here, and I asked the speaker about this, and the speaker said when you all met in April 14th. So what you just said is you realized in late December your card was never charged. The speaker's impression of your conversation in April 14th was that you had said or suggested that your card was charged. Is that not the case? Did you not tell the speaker that your card was charged? Or if you did tell her your card was charged, why did you not just admit my card was never charged when you met with leadership?
With all due respect to speaker, because I believe what she says she thought she heard, I have never said that this amount was actually charged to my card, because I could verify that, and I had verified that in December. At that meeting on the 14th, I did come with my board, Post-it board, and it very clearly laid out that the reason I had kept that check was to begin this reimbursement process. And so my Post-its outline that specifically, the $6,300, plus the additional amounts as I did more of kind of a rolling definitive accounting, collecting receipts and getting down to like dollars and cents, that was a reimbursable amount. And so I never said that this that hotel charge had actually made it to my personal checking account.
Okay. So in terms of the Post-it notes, we just had a little bit of conversation about this. In reviewing that, it looks like you had provided documentation suggesting you were owed around $6,350. Did you, in compiling that evidence, go through the bank statements to try to add up to reach that amount? And if so, why did you try to aim to hit that amount? Because I do agree with Representative Marshall. I guess it's possible, but it seems like lightning striking that something would be $6,358.
Yes, I agree with Rep. Marshall on this as well. It's very unlikely. And because that wasn't the total, I actually had been tracking over time, very informally. Things that I had paid for or whatever. Informally, I mean, I had like a metal, you know, when you go to a restaurant and when the order's done, they put it on the spike. I had one of those that whenever I did something for the caucus,
She rehearsed this
I would
line.
write
She
it on there and
rehearsed that
spike it on
line.
there in the bottom drawer of the bottom right drawer of my desk. Sometimes it would be just a, you know, $25 and like a dash, like a general number. And then sometimes if I knew exactly, I would put the dollars and cents on it. But I had accumulated a stack of Post-its on a metal spike in my desk drawer. And
Yeah,
I had kept a
right.
running
Yeah, right, lady.
total, a running informal total. I did not at that point know exact dollars and cents what it was, but I knew it was more than the $6,300.
Now, this next question, I will admit, is personal, but I do believe that it's relevant to the dues. I do believe that it's relevant to the dues question.
Yes.
I'm curious about, on average, I mean, you know, we all have the same job. We don't make a lot of money. I'm curious about, on average, how much is in your personal checking account at any given month?
It depends. Obviously, if it's the beginning of session, I have more legislative pay versus interim. It depends on if I've done any side work. It depends. I had a contract job previously, so it just depends. I don't have an exact amount.
But presumably $2,500 is quite a bit personally.
Sure. I mean, that's a good chunk of money.
I get, my question is, you know, the narrative about the dues. You know, you say you wrote a check from your personal account in the amount of $2,500.
Yeah.
And then later you're like, well, I want to pay it with my campaign funds.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, I didn't notice it was taken. It was never taken out. I personally would notice if I had $2,500 taken out or not. And so I guess I'm just curious, how would it be the case that you didn't notice that $2,500 was taken out
Sure.
or wasn't taken out?
Got it. Yes. I think it is a relevant question, even delving into how I do my own personal finances. And that did play a part in this because the way, especially when I am only working at the legislature, we get paid once a month. And so when that amount comes in, I subtract my entire month's spending like on the first day of the month. And I have like a separate ledger that tells me, oh, after you hit all your obligations from the 1st through the 29th of this month, you will have $750 left to play with. And so I had that number and I rely on that number. I don't check my account every day because that number doesn't matter. I could still have $3,500 in my account. That doesn't mean I have that money. Like I just need to know how much, if I'm going to dinner, how much can I actually spend on not bills, not obligations. And so I do have a different tracking system that absolutely contributed to this oversight on my end because I had already deducted it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a couple of questions more about the duties of both of you as being co-caucus chairs and what we had heard from Representative Joseph earlier today. From your perspective, when purchases were being made and meals were being ordered, was there any attempt on your part to have more of a collaborative shared agreement with the decision-making on things to buy, when things were bought off Amazon, or when you were purchasing things with your own personal account money? Were you having any conversations with her, or even before that with Representative Titone about, hey, I want to buy an extra cart, or I want to do this, or I want to have these decorations? Just tell us a little bit more about how being a co-caucus chair was from your viewpoint with both Representative Titone and Representative Joseph.
Yes, with Rep. Titone, who was my first caucus co-chair. And as you mentioned, both caucus chairs, we share offices. So when it was Rep. Titone, we saw each other every day. We talked every day informally. Through those informal conversations would be like, oh, this has come up or this has come up. Or so there was no particular, like, we sit down every week and have a discussion, but it was just very informal, very friendly. A great partnership, and a great working relationship. That is not the case with Rep. Joseph, and partly because after we did have this altercation at the retreat, we had a meeting with Speaker and Majority Leader, and I think everybody acknowledged that there was going to be very little working relationship. And so even in that meeting, it was discussed of like, perhaps you each focus on different things and you go on this lane and you go on this lane. And at that time, and I was dissatisfied with the outcome of that meeting, but I left it thinking I would still do the food and Rep. Joseph would focus on more of the community service events and other events that she introduced as caucus co-chair. And that's how it went. I think that was the understanding. I think that was even with leadership and amongst Rep. Joseph and I, that might be the only way that we could both continue in these roles, because we had both considered resigning this position during that time.
With her testimony on her frustration of being able to have more details into the spending and the receipts and access to the account and all that we heard earlier, and understanding from her at multiple times that you were going to share things with her, but then according to her, she was never able to really get to an understanding of the financing and how the money was coming in and who gave the dues and who didn't. And just from her perspective, trying to partner on that, I'd like to hear what you have to say about the financial aspects of managing the fund, and her offer to help with that. What was your understanding of that?
Well, after our meeting that we had, in December, I don't know, our meeting with Speaker and ML after the retreat, and we had kind of decided to go our separate ways. We only spoke kind of on one occasion, and that was to go over office assignments and floor desk assignments. And then session started, and we would talk to each other when we got to the caucus meetings and decide who would chair. Or if someone had a birthday, we'd be like, oh, we need to go sign the thing so we can wish them a happy birthday. But other than that, we didn't speak. But at one of those, it was either a caucus lunch or a breakfast, because we were in the church basement, I remember. She sat next to me and she said, or she asked, like, how do I would like to get on the account. How do I get on the account? And I was like, great, talk to Titone or Froelich. I said that to her, and that's the last I ever heard of it. We never talked about it again. The next time that finances were ever brought up was in that first email, I believe at the end of March. I was in Portland at the time, and she asked to meet, and I was like, great. And so we scheduled a time to meet when I was back, and we met for the very first time. And this was our very first conversation that we were having, like, as a sit down, any extended time in my office. And it was very much like Rep. Joseph described. And she said she just wanted to be more involved and, had some questions. And I was like, great. And we did have this meeting, and I was very hopeful about it, because as much, I didn't love the way our relationship was. I am very relationship focused and was actually pretty upset. Well, I'm kind of upset when I don't get along with anybody. It's strange to me. But I was very sad, especially in comparison to the relationship that I had with my previous co-chair. This is supposed to be
psychopath on
fun and lovely, and we get to do cool things. And Rep Joseph and I had none of that. And so I actually was a little sappy, and at this meeting, did tell her, I'm actually really glad that we're sitting down because I hate the way that we started, and that I hope there's a better path forward. And I let her know, and because you are on finance, I think you are far more detail oriented than I am, that I'm actually really happy that we're having this conversation because this is a lot. I am disorganized. I am overwhelmed, and I would love your help compiling all of these things and getting them into a spreadsheet so that they're just so easily, like eventually what I got to later that August. But I was very relieved and hopeful after that meeting. And so we had decided, okay, let's meet again to start compiling this stuff. I said, I'll bring in, I love organizing things. And so I was like, oh, I've got this file folder, and I'll start putting my stuff and collating in it, which I began over the weekend. And so we had like a plan, and I was like, great. I was relieved on many levels, just on the financial piece, but also just personally. And I made that clear in the email to her and Speaker and Majority Leader that, our terrible relationship was deeply impacting our work, and I was really hopeful about the future. So this was on a Friday, and then I wake up the next day to the email that had included Speaker and Majority Leader. And I was a little confused because we had just had our conversation the day before, and we had no opportunity for follow-up. And while I have no problem, and I have never had a problem talking about this with anybody, it seems strange that it just went straight to leadership, like the day after we had just had this conversation. But that's how it began, and I was fine. And then we did make a plan to meet with leadership. On that email, she brought up things that we very high level did discuss at our meeting on Friday. But the email was actually when she mentioned the $2,500 check, and that was actually my finding out about that. I was like, wait, what's that? I don't understand what that is. And so that was my first indication that something was afoot there. And then throughout the convening weeks and figuring out what was what, and we had our first meet. I'm kind of going on. Is that it? Shush, gosh.
No, that's all right. I wanted to identify exactly which email you're referring to. You and Rep. Joseph had a meeting on a Friday that you felt kind of maybe was the beginning of turning a corner. You were going to follow up and compile all of your method of bookkeeping to try to get it, take her offer for help to get it in a more manageable system, I suppose. And then that Monday, you were sent an email with it copied, or it was also sent to leadership that said what? And do you have a date on that particular email so that I can?
I believe the email is from the Saturday, the 6th. No, Saturday. Let me see, because I believe it was the day after our meeting in my office. And it is, it's the email where she says, out of transparency, I wanted to bring up these issues, which we're all familiar with at this point. And then it also said this 2,500 piece, to which I responded that day, happy to talk about all these things. I understand. I don't know if I said this, but I was like, I understand the concern, and I don't understand the $2,500 piece, but let's meet.
So were you able to ever, so that you said that threw you off, that email came through when you hadn't been able to follow up with a meeting with just you and Rep. Joseph again to do this next planning.
Yes.
Were you ever able to get together and do what you envisioned of, I guess, taking your receipt or your notes off the spike and putting it in? Were you ever able to do that with Rep. Joseph?
No. We and let me say this, let me be very clear. When I look back on this meeting, I think I took it as an invitation to help organize this and get going on this. I don't know now that that was the intention of Rep. Joseph. I took it as like, great, let's get all this stuff together. We will be in our office and hammer this out and match this with this and get it all structured. So yes, I was surprised when the next day there was an email when we had not had that opportunity. We had made no other date to set down. I mean, it was literally one day. But also looking back in my relationship with Rep. Joseph, this has happened before. And so it's not surprising that she goes to leadership for additional support or whatever very quickly without us trying to work it out first. This has happened repeatedly. And so I think that's in learning how to work with people. Now I know that about her. And, she's on it. And yes, and so the first time we ever had an opportunity to discuss finances at all was that meeting on the 14th. And in my preparation, as I had been gathering my receipts and taking my things off the spike and trying to make it understandable, tangible at all, I decided to make a Post-it board, which, by the way, pro tip, don't do that because those things fall off. But I did bring it from my house in a trash bag, and some of the things would fall off, and I'm putting them back up there. But that to me was the easiest way to explain something that's very complicated, and people, rightfully so, are like, what the heck is this? And so that was my first foray into discussing this with Rep. Joseph. And it also happened to be in a meeting with Chief of Staff and Speaker and Majority Leader.
Okay, I'm going to just change gears for just a second. Also wanted to ask about your decision on multiple occasions to use your own funds for a variety of things, time and time again. And if that decision to do that was ever communicated with leadership or your co-caucus chair, or just what was your thinking behind the need to do that?
Sure. It began from very early when that first retreat happened, when Rep. Titone and I were elected. We were elected, and planning for the retreat had already begun with the previous caucus chairs, but the retreat was like 2 weeks later. And so as I'm preparing, it gets handed over immediately. And so me and Titone are now in charge of this retreat, and I'm doing goodie bags and chapsticks and nuts and things and ordering them from Amazon. And I just ordered them from my own account. I had a situation when I was president of the PTA before, where we had done something similar, where one of the parents gave me their card to do at my Amazon to buy all the teachers' gift cards. And then, a couple weeks or whenever later, I purchased something on that person's card, and I was like, oh Lordy, get this out of there, delete. And so I just didn't want to do that. And I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, quite frankly. But so things like that would happen. That was in the very beginning. And I'm not even sure if we had our own caucus cards yet then. But so that would happen. Or sometimes I think as I got the caucus card, I was not used to having it. I was like, should I carry this around with me? Should I leave it at my desk? And so there were times where I didn't have it when I needed it. And so I would just charge or, put it on my account. Or sometimes I would buy things. I'm kind of a cheapskate. I'm kind of frugal. And so if I can buy something off of Facebook Marketplace or buy something off of at the thrift store, I will do that. Or, and then I need to Venmo people, and the caucus card isn't attached to a Venmo or whatever. So some of it was that. And then also at the end of that, so this would have been the spring of 2024, when we were really getting low on funds, and Titone and I had begun the process of really hounding the stragglers. And we would say, hey, we are running out of money. We need your dues. Some people were like, oh, shoot, here it is, and give us a check immediately. Some people needed more time. Some people said they would give us a check on a Monday, and then on Monday they didn't have the check. And so being so close to the end of session and believing that that those funds would come in, I was like, I had enough at the time to cover some of these expenses, and I did it. I wanted to keep the caucus afloat. I wanted to get us through the rest of session. I thought, and I had many discussions with Titone, and I know I had discussions with chief of staff and leadership about the fairness of like not providing meals for the people who had paid full dues because some people hadn't, so that I didn't know that it was fair just to like cut it off and be like, hey guys, we're done, no more meals. And because we were so close, if you look at the accounts during that time, it's like we would get $12.50 here and a few days later, $12.50. And so we really were like scrapping it together to get through the end of caucus. And at the time I had some extra to do it. And I think I ran as caucus chair to feed people and get things done. And I always got those things done.
And was there ever a time when you had either of your aides pay for something out of their own money when they were picking something up where they needed to be reimbursed by you or the caucus?
Not that I know of.
Committee, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Lindsay, for being here. I have a few questions just to really, I guess, clarify some things that we've been going through. I guess kind of an elephant in the room that I'm still trying to understand in my own head, which is the $6,358 check. At the time you wrote that, you just testified that you wrote the check on December 5th and you dated it November 15th. I'd like to know, like, I mean, was there a reason for that?
Yes, as I was explaining before, I was a hot mess. I was in a state of confusion, urgency, panic, sadness, grief, worry, whatever. And I don't know why I wrote that date on there. What I do know is that was the last day of the retreat. I was reading an email about the retreat, and in my panic, in my crazy town morning, I don't know. I don't have a memory of doing that, so I can't speak to it. It is a number written on a piece of paper, and I absolutely see that. And so, but I also know when I wrote and deposited that check, it was that morning.
So your sense at that time was it was a reimbursement for the retreat?
Yes. I maybe I put on the memo the wrong way, but I was trying to indicate that this check is going to my account to cover the cost that is going to get charged to my account, to my personal account.
Okay. And, just be perfectly clear, it was covering the costs of the retreat that you believed your account would have been debited.
Correct.
Okay. We still have a similar dollar figure in terms of other expenses as well. That adds up to something very similar. And I guess I just want to be sure that we're not conflating the fact that these other expenses that happen to add up to something similar was for the purposes of trying to justify the check in any other way.
Can you clarify? I think I see what you're asking, but just to make sure I understand your question.
Yeah. I just want to be abundantly clear that there was no other reason in the future for why you were looking back at this dollar figure to have it justify itself.
I see what you're saying. The answer is no. Once I realized that the charge had not been made to my personal account. I was like, okay, well, I wrote this check. What am I going to do? What should I do? I believe I should have done something different about it process wise, but I was like, I am also owed like $7,000. And so I'm beginning that process now because I had been waiting all this time anyway for those dues to come in because it was so skinny over spring of 2024. Nothing's happening really in summer. And I needed to wait until retreat to begin that process anyway when those dues came in. And I wasn't able to do that immediately because of things going on in my life. But I knew it was there. It was in the back of my mind that this is a project coming up. And it is a good chunk of money. And so I was like, I will continue this and then I will begin the hard paper process of really delving into these reimbursements and getting down to a dollar and penny amount, which I couldn't have recalled that day, but I knew it was more than the cost of the retreat.
Oh, thank you. Did you regularly check the bank statements, either the paper ones, I assume they were mailed to you?
I don't know that they're mailed to us. I don't know that we get them mailed. Maybe we do a paperless version. I've never gone to my office mail and gotten like a first bank letter with the bank statement in it.
Sure. Yeah, I come from the other side of the state and we're still catching up to the 21st century. A more modern way to word the question would be, did you periodically check online?
Yes, I used to go into the account quite frequently and check. I had an app on my phone and I would just go in and look at things, look at the balance. Like in the spring of 2024, that's when I knew like, oh my gosh, this check will not clear by like $30. So I'm going to put this in. At some point, and I don't actually remember when this was, in an interim, it gets a little less because we just use it like it's just not anything I'm checking anymore. But at one point, I couldn't get back in. Like I couldn't log in. My login wasn't working. I remember calling the bank and they're like, oh, you have to have the secret code to even talk to us. And I was like, I don't know what the code is. And so I asked Tone, do you know the code? And she was like, I don't know what the code is. And then I asked Froelich and she didn't know the code either. And I asked Froelich's aide, do you happen to know it? And no one knew the code. And so I was like, it got put on a shelf for a project for another day. But for quite a long time, I did not have access to the online banking where I could do it on my own. And so that process ended there. Like I didn't, and there wasn't much going into the account. And like, it was pretty quiet. There wasn't much to check as it is during session and things like that. So it just kind of laid low as something on my to-do list to get done at some point in time.
Do you recall when this time period was that you didn't have access to the online account?
I don't. And I have tried really hard to like look into texts that I may have sent to Co or to, Froelich or to Tone. And I was not able to pinpoint a date on that, which, makes me insane because I really like, completeness of timelines and things like that. But I am not, unfortunately.
And that's okay. Did you, I guess jumping back to when you started to notice that the caucus was running out of money and that checks wouldn't clear, that you might have bad charges end up on the account. Did you notify anyone in leadership, like the speaker, the majority leader, or your co-chair?
I did alert my co-chair, who was Tone at the time. And I think was from the testimony yesterday, my aide, Jacqueline, also just by virtue of being in the office and hearing Tone and I talk about it, knew that was happening. I know that we had spoken to leadership about, number one, that a member had requested dues refunded, which made us lose $2,500 immediately. And we had expressed that we were having trouble collecting like those straggling dues. And because of that, because of the refunded dues issue and not being able to collect these dues, that's when the conversations began about like a very formal bylaws of like, this is what dues are for. this is what they pay for. You're kind of buying into our caucus. And when you don't pay those dues, what that means, because we were in a situation where people who, weren't paying dues or had their dues refunded, were still eating food. And I am not a person who's going to monitor that and slap plates out of people's hands. So we were just like, how do we want to navigate this? Because this is a thing. And that's when the bylaws are like a very particular payment plan arrangement. So something just in writing saying, I acknowledge I owe this and I'm going to try to pay this in this chunk. And we were very understanding of some of the reasons why people weren't paying dues, because as was expressed yesterday, some people burn down to zero to get elected, and we love that and we support that. And we're like, we've got some time, get it in. Some people haven't begun fundraising or whatever. Some people don't have really contentious races, and so they don't have like $50 million in their campaign account. So they have to scrap around that. And then some people flat out refuse to pay and let us know that, and would still eat food. And we just didn't know how to handle that. And so we did discuss those things with leadership at the time.
Have you paid your dues for 25, 26?
I have not.
Understanding some of the, checks that you at least cited to your Tracer account back in 2022. One was for $2,500 to the Petty Fund, and another one was for $500.
Yes.
The records that we see, at least on the accounts here, are the $2,500, and at least in what we have from Will Quinn, I'm not seeing the additional $500. That's aside because I think his work is still probably is a little bit incomplete here. But then there's other notes such as, and I'm going to refer to the Will Quinn paper.
Oh, great. Okay.
So there is so he lists, so if you turn to page, so 8 pages from the back, or if it's 16 pages long, I guess it's right in the middle. It starts with the date 11/29/22, and the first line talks about deposits. He says, the memo dues, and the very first line says elect Mandy Lindsay and $2,500.
Correct.
Then we jump down to about a little past the halfway mark. So March 4th, 2024, there's a memo line for $800. It's noted dues, Mandy Lindsay.
Yes, that is on this spreadsheet.
Yeah. And so would you see that as being, I guess, an installment plan for paying dues?
No. And actually, I had contested the placement of this on this dues list since I first kind of saw some of these documents. I was in Lake McConaughey, so it was like June of last year. I had seen where things were being placed, and then I began at that point to reach out to Will Quinn and say, I have some questions. I think you need some clarification, because that was never considered a part of my dues from my perspective.
How would you classify that?
That was loaning the caucus money to tide us over through the end of the spring of 2024.
I've also noticed that he lists, so if you turn to the next page, and it's kind of at the bottom, it says McCluskey for Colorado in the notes, and it says additional, it says Don or Donna. I assume that means additional donation of $3,000. Albeit that's in 2025. I mean, was that just purely seen as an additional donation, or would that be seen as a loan to the caucus fund?
Well, I think Speaker McCluskey meant it as an additional donation to the caucus fund, and partly because, and we had discussed this previously, of when session begins, she hosts a breakfast in the speaker's chamber. She hires a photographer. And in the past, she had been like, I will contribute extra for those things because those are more things that I would like to contribute to the caucus, but in addition to my caucus dues. So she had made a payment in excess of her $2,500 responsibility the first term as well. And so here at this point, was not really privy to these conversations or whatever. So I'm not particularly sure. I don't want to speak for her that's a donation, but I would imagine that's a donation.
Sure. I'm just trying to understand how someone who is reviewing the caucus funds could parse out what would be a loan from you versus either an installment plan for dues or an additional donation to the caucus. And if you could just kind of walk us through how someone would be able to make these determinations.
I think they would be able to make those determinations by asking questions to me about, or whoever might have relevant information. But part of the challenge I have faced with this, and one reason I'm actually really happy to be here today, is to be asked questions for once, really. I have always been very open to discuss this. My fumbles, I'm like, I think at one point I told my caucus, I was like, I feel like such a bonehead and whatever, but this is what happened and I'm happy to talk about it. But there has not been a lot of questions asked to me. And so then when I notice something, or I'm like, oh, I notice it. And then I'm like, oh, hey, can we please have a sit down to discuss this? Because I'm seeing some confusion in how I'm interpreting things, and at least want to make you understand why I'm interpreting it this way. But that opportunity
More lies.
was never afforded to me until, I want to say, September of last year, even though I had repeatedly said, because I would see things from Will Quinn or from speaker saying this amount, and I was like, something's wrong. I remember saying this many times, and I don't mean it like something's wrong, like you're doing something, but I was like, something is not connecting, of like, we need to have a sit down because I have questions. Apparently you have questions. Something's wrong. I remember saying this on like 3 specific occasions and asking for a sit down and being told there would be no sit down until after the reconciliation was finished. So it made it frustrating because there is so much complexity to this. I've recognized that from beginning. I've looked at this and said, any reasonable person would look at this and say, this is bananas. So I understand why questions arose, and I was happy to answer them. And really up into this particular point, and with one meeting with Speaker and Will Quinn and ML and Rep. Basenecker and Bacon, have not had the opportunity to answer questions. So I do appreciate this opportunity.
Absolutely. And we're glad you chose to also testify before the committee. I want to jump back to one of the other witnesses that we had. I believe it was your co-chair, Representative Joseph, mentioned that she had concerns about some of the spending that was going on when we weren't in session. And I would like to just ask kind of one question, for example, just to sort of get a sense of what some of these might be.
Yeah.
So if you turn in the same page to the same Will Quinn report to page 5. So it's at
Death
the
by
bottom of
Judy
page
in the
5.
chat. I'm gonna kill
You
you.
look
2
down.
seconds.
Oh,
Stop
sure.
it. Thank you.
Is it on page 5?
Yeah, it's right at the bottom.
Big, this one? It's kind of look like that, maybe? Tell me what's at the top. Yeah, go ahead.
The top date says 1/5/23, check 12/14.
I'm on the same page.
Okay, perfect. So dropping down to the bottom of the page to June 12th, 2023. Law, it's kind of small print, it's a restaurant. And it's for, looks like around $800, just almost $900. It's labeled food and beverage. Obviously, June 12th, 2023, we weren't in regular session, and the records indicate that we weren't in special session. What was going on during that day?
Yeah, our caucus had a caucus debrief, which we usually have at the end of every session. And it was over at a location over in Lakewood. And I ordered Las Delicias for the caucus for our lunch that day.
Perfect. In terms of, I guess, some of, and I'm not going to go through all the expenses that occurred when we weren't in session. But at any point, did you have Representative Joseph, Representative Marshall, the speaker, or even Will Quinn ask you about some of these charges?
Yes, as I mentioned before, in that September, it was a Zoom meeting. I believe it was September 23rd of 25, so many dates. We had a long Zoom meeting where we literally went over the bank accounts month by month, line by line, from the entire time I had been caucus chair. And they asked any questions they had of like, what is this, or what was this purpose? Tell us about this. And we spent a good amount of time going over that then.
Well, thank you. There were three numbers that have now come up with two witnesses. One was a $500 check, a $489 check, and a $2,500 check. You just stated a couple minutes ago that you appreciated this opportunity to kind of clarify. I wondered if you'd take this moment to clarify what were all of those for?
Yes. So the $500 check was, I believe, earlier in January, because as I stated, I had known that I was owed more than the $6,300. But as I started doing like the hard accounting and matching receipts and getting organized, that number was starting to become more clear. And as I had verified documentation or a justifiable, documentation that would justify the reimbursement, I would reimburse myself. So it was kind of like a rolling accounting. As I cleared this, I was like, okay, this is accounted for. So that's the 500 and the 489. The 2,500 is just embarrassing as all hell. And it is my own fault. But it's just a bonehead kind of mistake. So if you'll see in the documentation, there were two large deposits, one in November, right after the retreat, and then there was another one March 3rd. And so on that date, I had deposited a chunk of checks. In that deposit, I had assumed was mine, plus three other members who had sent their checks to my house and had been lingering, and I needed to get them deposited. I ran to the bank, put a stack down, and left. And so my impression was that my dues were paid. And so then in discussion with my lovely life partner, my husband, it was made very clear in my household that my personal funds should not be used to pay my caucus dues. And I had made that stretch at the time because I'm trying to be a team player. I am a caucus chair, so what right do I have to be asking for people's money when I'm not contributing myself? And so I think at the time I was like, get this done for my role as caucus chair. And then on the home front, that was not acceptable. And so at
Just
the
a
time,
bonehead.
I
I'm
was like,
just a
okay,
silly
I
bonehead.
need to get this back, and I will pay this with my campaign funds when they are available.
And did you ever pay with your campaign funds?
No, the answer is no. Partly because at the time I didn't have enough to really cover it. I was not in like campaign mode and couldn't go down to zero because I have expenses and things that I need to make sure are out of there. And also because there is kind of a grace period for others. And I was like, I'm going to take that grace period for myself until it's a really stable time to pay the dues. I will. And then over the course of this year, I had a primary and I had to pay a campaign manager. And so I have not, but I do plan on paying them. as I close out my campaign account and settle up with that, I believe it's important to pay those dues. I know how important it is to have that money for the next set of folks, and I ate food and I want to pay it.
Did you ever consider having your, I guess we'll call them loans to the caucus, have that be considered installments towards your caucus dues?
I think I did. I mean, when I was reconciling some of this stuff, I did, but it falls under the same category as that came from my personal finances. Those 800, 125, those are from my personal, like, family, my personal account. And so I am, in some cases, training myself to not do that and be like, no, trying to make decisions like this is coming from caucus things, work things. They are coming from campaign funds, which, up to this point, clearly, I have not been operating under that standard. But
She's just
I
lying.
think it's very clear.
She just
that was
she
a
rehearsed that
wrong
line a
decision.
million times. She's
Do
lying.
you manage your own campaign account for your campaign?
No
or-
wonder
or your
Marshall wanted a
past campaigns?
polygraph. This bitch be
Generally,
lying.
I find that very confusing as well. Poor Secretary of State, whenever I have to call them, I think they hate me because I might as well be a 2-year-old. But yes.
And you mentioned earlier that you had been president of your PTA. Did that involve managing the accounts for the PTA?
We actually didn't do it that way because it was kind of a fund through the school network. And so that was more like we made the decisions and then things would get paid for, or we worked very heavily, very heavily on reimbursements under that model where me and other parents would spend money and then submit it and get reimbursed for those. So that's actually what I was more used to. I did not have like a debit card from the PTA account at all.
Had you been involved with any other like club or organization, fraternity, sorority, where you were the person who was managing the account?
No.
So managing the caucus account was really, aside from your political campaign, the only other time you've been a person to manage an account on behalf of someone else.
Yes.
Jumping back to your poster board, I did have some questions about that.
Sure.
You mentioned that you had a little spiky thing and you would put either receipts or post-it notes with expenditures. Could you walk us through that process? Was that, would it go on the spiky thing when you had written a check back, or did every single receipt, whether it had gone through the caucus account or your personal account, gone onto the spike?
Yeah, I will say that I know for sure that not everything went on the spike because as I was going through things, there were things I had to find different ways. So not everything went on the spike. So the answer is, I guess, what was your question again?
Well, I'm just trying to understand your process of how you kept track of expenditures and
Well, obviously very analog, not sophisticated at all, and not complete. I could not say that everything was on that spike, but that was a general catch-all of how I did things with the reimbursement. And it was either like a yellow Post-it or the actual receipt, it's like a parking lot for these materials for when I needed them.
To further understand your methodology a little bit more, did you maintain the poster board? Let me back up. When did you, I guess, create the poster board with the sticky notes?
I believe I actually created that poster board, like, I'd have to look back in my calendar, but like the weekend before, I had it ready for the meeting with Speaker Majority Leader Rep. Joseph and Chief of Staff. I mean, I was sitting in my living room watching TV with a whiteboard and just trying to make it presentable for someone who has never looked at this information. What is the best way to try to see this and not be like totally not understanding? And I think I thought that was a better way than just handing over a book of receipts, because even that, I guess you could look at it, but there's no, I mean, I thought it was a better way to give an overview of what I was talking about that could be documented through the receipts so that you could look at this and be like, oh, here's the receipt. Yes.
What was their reaction? You said the meeting had the speaker, Representative Joseph, the majority leader, the chief of staff. When they saw the poster board, what was each of their reactions to the poster board?
I think everybody was like, what is, like, looking at it and like, what is this, and trying to figure out. And I began to walk through. I think that meeting was far too short. It really, as Rep. Joseph had mentioned, it was like 15 or 20 minutes. And I think I went into it thinking this was the beginning of a deep dive of like really starting to go through these things. And, and I did have a binder of kind of a majority of receipts at that time that I was still organizing. Excuse me. But it really lasted like 15 or 20 minutes. I could clearly see that Rep. Joseph was unsatisfied. And she was the one who had to leave the meeting for another meeting. And she got up and said, this is unsatisfactory, took a picture, and she's like, we need an audit. And she walked out of the room.
Did you get a sense from, I guess, either that meeting or before that meeting that there was some sort of for lack of another word, like a witch hunt against you for some reason, by it being a team Rep. Joseph versus team Mandy Lindsay, to quote another witness?
I don't think at the time I thought that. I thought that Rep. Joseph's questions were perfectly understandable, and I did not look at it that way. We had already obviously had a pretty bad altercation, and so I knew we were not okay. I knew this was just one of the diciest relationships I have in this building. And so that it was going to be complicated and uncomfortable and probably not fun. But at that time, no, I did not look at it that way.
And at this time, do you recall if you had access to the online account or not?
I did not.
Okay. I just think I'm kind of winding down to the end of the questions that I had for you, but I do want to jump back over to the hotel in Portland and also give you on the record the ability to say what exactly happened there.
Yes. So during this time, well, the tip top version of it is I went to Portland on a college trip with my youngest daughter, and we got in around midnight, and we were waiting for our van to take us to our room, and it didn't come. And I called them, and they're like, oh, your reservation doesn't start till tomorrow. And we're sitting on the curb at the Portland airport. And so I was like, holy heck, we need to go find a room for a few hours. And I looked on an app on my phone. I found the cheapest option, which was a Super 8. And I booked it. And it auto-populated, and I booked it. And I went along my merry way. And I didn't realize that was the case, that it got charged to the caucus card until worst timing ever, as these things started to be happening, because it did coincide with like me starting to meet with leadership on these things. And so in one of these meetings, I remember coming in and I brought the receipt, and I was like, I noticed this. This did not show up in my personal checking account. And I'm like, how the heck did that happen? You know, and I know that I use the caucus card on my phone all the time for food orders, Einstein's, flowers, all kinds of things. And so that wasn't unheard of. But it did also, it's almost this ridiculous comedy of errors that I had also at this same point in time lost my long-standing debit card that I had had for like a gazillion years. And I knew all 16 of those digits by heart. Like I knew that card. And just before this, I had gotten a replacement card, which I think I provided in my response, because I was like, how in the world is this happening? And so then when I'm looking at it, it has, all I remembered about my new card is that it had 2 3s in it, like 3 somewhere in the last 4. And so when I was looking at the reservation thing, the card number had 2 3s in it. And I was like, great, I'm booking it. The caucus card and my new debit card both have 2 3s in different locations, but in those last 4 digits. And that's dumb. I hate that. I wish that hadn't happened. And as soon as I figured it out, was like, man, could the timing be worse? The answer was no, but then I did bring it to leadership immediately. And then we had a conversation with Speaker and Majority Leader where she was like, listen, you need to go back through all of your numbers, take a beat, go through all of this, do your math, and then I want you to like settle up. What is it? Do you owe us? Do we owe you? And so then on, I think it was the April 21st, we had another meeting and I came and I said, as best to my recollection, doing my math 5 million times, this is what I think I said at that time, I owe the caucus. So I wrote a check for $80. I wrote another check to for the hotel. And then I wrote another check for the $2,500 to like fill that in. And so that was that process. Like it was understood that that's what I was doing. I was told, go balance your numbers and then come back to us. And that's what I did.
And so immediately on discovery of the fact that the hotel had been charged to the caucus debit card, you wrote a check back to the caucus.
No, I wrote I delivered. I don't know what those images look like. I delivered all those checks, I believe, on the same day to Speaker, I believe on April 21st. And it was 3 separate checks. And it was after I had kind of looked at everything and it was like, this is kind of me settling everything. This is me saying, I've done the math. This is whatever. And those checks were not deposited by me. I gave them to Speaker and they were deposited.
Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Lindsay, for being here, and for all the work that you've done as caucus co-chair, and for being what I would consider an excellent colleague and a wonderful person to run bills with. This ethics committee is tasked with having to look into allegations that are brought forward and then passed on by leadership, and we've been trying to take our jobs pretty seriously. On that note, your lawyer said yesterday during opening remarks that this committee is exceeding its authority under the Colorado Constitution. Do you agree with that?
First of all, I'm not a lawyer, as I say often in this building. I think in discussions with my attorney on that issue, and part of my concern about this particular process.
Interject to caution the witness not to relay any communications between you and I, as those are privileged, but to the extent you can answer the questions, giving your thoughts, you can, but I'd caution you not to waive any privilege of the confidentiality between your discussions with me, your statements to me or my statements to you.
And that was Mr. De Herrera speaking to Representative Lindsay.
Great. That part of my concern, number one, I am glad the ethics committee exists. I am glad this process exists. I think that since I've been in this place, I have discovered what a strange workplace this is. We are not under the same kind of HR guidelines of, other professions. And so I look to this as a remedy when things happen in this place for people to be able to express that. And I do understand that. I think my concern with this was that some of it is not just about you're a bad colleague or there were things in there that upset me because they were like crimes. And so I have read as best as I could kind of the letter of probable cause of an understanding
Yeah, she's the victim.
what that is.
She's
But I
the
think for me,
victim.
this has been tough of just
God.
making sure that those things are separate. And I also, that the criminal aspect and like an ethics complaint are separate. because I think they are, and I think it's unfair to have been accused of those particular things. I don't want to say unfair, but I feel like I had a response to that that was not taken seriously to Rep Marshall, not to this committee. And so I look at that and I do wonder, as I've watched other ethics committees happen here, like what happens here is actually very important and it goes out to the public. And even the way it's deliberated creates a public narrative, as I saw this summer. And so even though while I have a lot of faith in this committee, the things that happen here and are said here are conveyed to the community, even when no findings have been made, as fact and as the truth of like already adjudicated. And so I do have some concerns about how this committee operates, or I think there's just further discussion on it as being a part of this process, that I leave it like, while I have faith in all of you and trust in you as colleagues and specifically lawyers and the staff, I think that has been tip top. I do have concerns about this process and what an ethics committee really can or should, or how they should look at things. And so that's a very long and possibly not succinct enough and possibly not even satisfying your question answer.
Yeah, so I understand you're not an attorney, and I'm not asking for any advice that your attorney has given you. I'm not asking about any conversations that you and your attorney have had. Based on the objection from your attorney, I understand that you probably have had conversations about the scope of authority of this committee. Was anyone else present for those conversations, or was it just the two of you?
Just the two of us.
Okay. What I'm asking is more of a yes or no question. Do you think this committee has the authority to consider Rep. Marshall's ethics complaint against you?
I think the committee has the authority to examine the complaint. I think how the committee adjudicates the complaint and what they consider is more of my interest or concern.
Okay. In terms of the notation on Mr. Quinn's cool report and spreadsheet, first page, he's got the $2,500 deposit from April 28th, 2025 of $2,500 under the category dues. And I'm a little slow these days. I thought I heard you say that you actually contest that characterization, that was not a payment from you for dues, and that you have, as of this time, not paid dues for 25-26. Is that correct?
It is correct. I have not paid dues for 25-26. And are you talking about the $800 piece of that?
No, the $2,500 right above it, it says dues, note Mandy Lindsay, fund type, reimbursing, setting up. Do you see that $2,500 deposit from you on
Yes.
April 28th?
I think it's in the fund. Well, I think it's this chart here is basically just any check that I have written to the caucus, basically, like from Rep. Lindsay. That's how I read this to be.
Sure.
And I think it is mislabeled in the category column, in my view.
Right. So in the category column, it says dues, and you dispute that $2,500 was for dues, correct?
Correct. It was part of a dues conversation of, something, but that does not count as my dues for 2025 and 26. That is what I believe.
Right. And so you testified that you had deposited a check or thought you had deposited a check for your dues from your personal account, but then you had a conversation with your spouse and I totally get this, your significant other, and you concluded that based on what I take as your shared personal finances, that the money should not be coming out of those finances. It should be coming from your campaign.
Correct.
Okay. And you and your spouse manage your finances together.
Yes, we have a household budget. Yeah.
Do you have like a joint checking and savings account?
We do not.
Okay. Does your spouse have online access to check your your checking account?
I don't believe so.
Okay. How did your spouse come to learn that you had paid caucus dues from your personal funds?
Because we were talking about it
You remember where that conversation took place?
at home.
Like in the family room, kitchen?
I don't specifically remember. I don't know. Likely the living room. I don't specifically remember.
Anyone else present or just the two of you?
Just the two.
What's your spouse's name? My apologies,
His name is Kevin.
Kevin. What did he say to you and what did you say to him?
He's like, enough with using this money for work and that freaking place.
How did he know that you had used this money in that freaking place?
Oh, because I told him or was talking to him about I need to pay these dues. And as this was going on, I mean, he's very sick to death of hearing about caucus issues, but I talked to him about these things a lot.
Okay. And do you remember when that conversation took place? Like what month, what day?
I don't specifically. And sometimes, oddly enough, I do track when I have issues with people. I put a little sad face next to the time we spent talking. But I don't always do that. And so in my looking back and trying to figure that out, I wasn't able to do that.
Was it before or after you had thought you had made the payment of $2,500?
It was after.
Okay. So you thought you had made the payment. You tell him when you're having a conversation at home that you thought you had made the payment. And his response is, I'm sick of you paying out of our personal funds for stuff at that freaking place, which I told you.
Yeah, because, sorry, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Because as I was going through the process of talking about the reimbursement, like that had happened before, and me putting together these numbers, he was really horrified.
Which reimbursement?
The first one, like the $6,300, as I was talking about, I spent this $800 and this $100 and this $25, and I paid for this lunch and I paid for the caterer. And that's all coming to bite me in the butt. We talked about it then.
Okay. And that was at the end, those conversations about the $6,300 or whatever it was from the hotel, that was in the later quarter of 24?
That happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then you write yourself a check from the caucus for $2,500.
He's getting her twisted in
in
a
the top box
pretzel. He's getting
on
her twisted
March
up.
12th, 2025.
Is this on the first page still?
Yes, still on the first page.
Yep.
Top
Oh,
box.
she's
Say top box. Yes.
I caught that earlier
312?
too, how she said that.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't like Woodruff,
Okay.
but he's
And
good.
so
He's
your
good right now.
conversation
Good lawyer.
with Kevin takes place after 312?
No.
Okay. So you spoke with him before you reimbursed yourself.
Correct.
Okay. You use physical checks?
Yes,
Do they have duplicates?
they don't, because we had discussed this, because I had discussed this in trying to compile records.
All right. So there's no duplicate check record that would show the check you thought you had written into the caucus and that you thought was deposited March 2nd.
Yes, and that is very unfortunately true, but I don't have duplicates. I didn't order, my checkbook doesn't have duplicates.
Do you have a copy of the check that never got deposited?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it since the last time I remember seeing it was the day that I attempted to deposit the other 3 members' checks because they were in the same location. Mine obviously didn't need to be deposited at that point any longer. And that's the last time I remember seeing it. And I have been trying to find it, see where it is, and I have not been able to up to this point.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with Kevin about the fact that you had mistakenly, we use that word, cut yourself a check for $2,500 from the fund and owed it back?
Yes, I mean, that's been part of the conversation at my house since all of this has started to, happen and become aware and discussion at our home about what's happening at work.
Was that a discussion in April of 2025?
Specifically about the check?
Correct.
Oh, I don't know for sure. I mean, I know as this started happening and I was making my finance board and him seeing me and talking about things and recognizing this was not only just becoming a thing of like being organized and turning this in, that this was possibly becoming something different.
What month did you make the board?
I believe I made the board the weekend before the meeting with Speaker ML and Rep Joseph.
And you never, after redepositing from your personal funds $2,500, which I believe you said was a check given to the speaker, you never thereafter wrote a check from your campaign funds to cover your dues.
That is correct.
Okay. In your written answer to the complaint, you write in paragraph 1, as for my 2025-2026 dues, I wrote a check from my personal account in the amount of $2,500. Upon further consideration, I decided I should only pay for my caucus dues with campaign funds, so I returned that amount to my personal account. But as you sit here today, you acknowledge you never actually paid caucus dues with your campaign funds.
Yes, I have still not paid 2025, 2026 caucus dues from my campaign account.
What was the $500 check for? That is the first one from January 22nd, 2025, check number 1224 to you. The note is no memo.
That was just for continued reimbursement. Like I said, as I began the formal process of organizing all of this and getting down to the dollars and cents, and getting how much over the 6,300 that it was, when it became clear and I was documented in a justifiable expense, I reimburse myself. That's where that check comes from.
And what was the check 1320 in the amount of $489 reimbursement, no purpose?
Same.
And at the time that you cut yourself checks for $500, $2,500, and $489, Did you tell your caucus co-chair that you were going to be cutting those checks to yourself?
No,
Did you tell anyone in leadership that you were going to be cutting checks to yourself?
no,
Had you reviewed the restaurant pokey thing that kept notes on it that you described at your desk? Did you review that prior to cutting those checks to yourself?
yes.
And what is your recollection of what those notes at the time showed?
At the time of the 549 dates?
Correct. It's all in the span of about 8 weeks.
Say that again, Rep. Woodrow. I apologize. What's the question?
Sure. What did the notes that you had kept in your desk on the restaurant pokey thing show in that time span? You said you had reviewed them when cutting those checks. At some point in that 8-week period, what did those notes show?
Yeah, I don't know that exact number. I would have to, I mean, you could look at my, in my response where I have my reimbursement list and maybe look at the dates to see on that specific date what I was generally considering because also what was happening was during even the spring of 2025, there were a couple of instances where, especially before, my meeting with Rep. Joseph, that there were times that I was purchasing things with my own personal funds, even in the 2025 session. And so I have in my response, there is a document that has my list of reimbursable expenses. And that has a total on it, but that total includes things that still actually were happening in 2025. And I don't know where exactly on the date that those two checks were written, where that falls on that. So I don't have an exact total.
You heard Mr. Quinn testify yesterday that there weren't receipts for everything. Do you agree with that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell Mr. Quinn that you disputed or disagreed with how he categorized the $2,500 that he called dues?
No, because I learned later that my emails to him, and I think Speaker shed some light on this yesterday, that was meant to be the go-between. I was not aware of this, so I would email Will Quinn or call him to talk about these things and then didn't hear back. And then later on, through a conversation with Speaker, it was made known that I need to only communicate with her. And so I was in Lake McConaughey and I had written him and asked for information. And at that time, he did email me back. And so I think that's why I thought he's a resource. If I need a document that I can kind of be like a two-way street on this. But then I didn't receive any other information from him. And so I didn't have really the opportunity to tell him and sit down and be like, I disagree with this particular thing.
Did you ever tell the Speaker that you disagreed with that characterization?
I don't think I specifically ever pointed to this chart and said, I disagree with this column and this called dues.
I'd like to turn your attention to the 3 checks in March of 2024 and 1 in April of 2024. You got 2 in March. One is $800, one is $100, and one is $25. That's the one in April, characterized as loans. Was it your intention by depositing those funds that you were loaning them to the caucus and anticipated being paid back?
Yes.
But now you see on Mr. Quinn's reconciliation, that that total of $925 is not being paid back to you. You understand that?
I guess I don't understand the question, but that $925 is in my response as it's on my list. And so, I mean, that would go into one of the things that I noticed specifically, like I mentioned when I was in Lake McConaughey, was that $800 was, in my view, miscategorized at the time. And so having not had the opportunity to go through that and say what I thought this was this and this was this, it is on this spreadsheet like this.
Okay, so can you turn to page 16 of Mr. Quinn's report, or spreadsheet rather?
Would that be the
It's third to last page.
third to last page? Yes.
And you see on the right-hand side where it says total reimbursable expenses,
Yes.
and you see that there's the number $7,778.48. You see that?
Yes.
And then you see that the 925 is subtracted from the reimbursable expenses figure.
Yes, I see that.
And you see that the result is $6,853.48. You see that, right?
Yes.
Right. And do you agree with that calculation?
I don't know that I agree with that calculation. And to be quite honest, and I made this clear to others, that when this report had come out, that I was like, yeah, I see all the things, but there are some things that I'm like, I don't know exactly how they're categorizing things.
Did you take your concerns to the speaker?
No.
Did you take your concerns to anyone else in leadership?
No.
Did you contact Mr. Quinn directly?
No, not anymore after I was told not to.
Okay. So as you sit here today, do you believe that Mr. Quinn's report is 100% accurate, or that there are outstanding issues?
I don't know that it's 100% accurate, because and even up to this point, have not line by line compared it with my records. I mean, it's very close to my numbers. And so I feel like the general, the general amount is very close. But I think, even according to Mr. Quinn, like, this is his best stab at this. It really matches my best stab at this. And so I think that there is a process that can be done, possibly when I have a minute, or when anybody wants to take this on, of going line by line. But I can't vouch. And I think everyone was like, this is a very decent work product.
Okay, so you agree that it's decent work product and it's close, but you still haven't gone through it line by line to match it to your own records?
No, I haven't.
So looking over the record, I see that Speaker McCluskey made requests on April 15th, 2025, setting deadlines of April 21st to produce documents, then pushed to July 4th, and then another one on July 7th, and then another deadline set of July 30th. Do you have an explanation for why those deadlines were missed?
The first deadline that you mentioned in April, I believe, was met, because when we first began this conversation, the discussion was about the reimbursement amount. And so I was tasked with gathering all of the receipts that I was claiming as the reimbursement on the board. And so I delivered a binder of 99% of those receipts. And I told Speaker then I still have an additional thing to see if I can find, a couple items, small items. And I gave that to her on, I believe, April 20. I think I had to get a copy made. And so that took a moment, but then I gave it to Speaker. And at that time believed I had met the requirements of what I was being asked for.
You would agree, though, that the speaker requested additional information and set deadlines, I believe, of July 7th and July 30th, and those deadlines were not met, correct?
Yes, I agree that I did not have all of my final documentation by those deadlines. And those were on my end more, I gave those deadlines to myself. I offered those deadlines as like, I think I can have this done by then, because on June 16th, our caucus had a debrief, and Speaker and I had a conversation in the hallway where she said, we're looking, and I assume it's from the bank records. We're looking at things and this is looking really bad for you. We see those charges from like Foot Locker. And I was like, well, something's wrong. Obviously, those charges were not mine. And I let her know that immediately. And I walked right over to Tone and said, we need to give this information, confirmation of this information to Speaker. And then at that time, Speaker said, I need the receipts since you've been caucus chair of since November 22. And I was like, okay, I will begin the work on that. I was leaving for St. Louis the next day, and then went to, and then part of the reason on the delay, reason not excuse, is we did move our offices. And before, I moved my office. I packed it all into my vault, I believe on June 7th, before I left for Lake McConaughey, and couldn't get back into it. So any of the paper things that I needed were inaccessible at that point. And I was hounding poor Kathy Hahn for access to the office, so that I can get in there and move out and dig into that stuff, because obviously I was trying to get this done. I had another roadblock in that I did not have access to the online account, and I did not have paper copies of the bank statements. I had requested this information from Will Quinn on 2 occasions before I knew that I wasn't supposed to be contacting him. I had reached out to Rep. Joseph for these bank statements, and she provided a couple months of them, but said she did not have enough time or space on her computer to get me the rest. And so finally I asked Rep. Tone, and Rep. Tone sent me all the bank statements for that time. And I believe those came to me on August 15th. And then I was able to make a very thorough accounting of everything in the bank account. And so if I didn't have a receipt for it in hand, I wouldn't know necessarily that there wasn't something in the bank account. But then once I had the bank records, I could go through and be like, oh, here's a Safeway. I don't have a physical receipt from this, so I'm going to go to my online app and print out a copy of it. But I didn't know about that off the top of my head about this Safeway thing. So I needed to match it to the bank accounts. After I had the bank accounts, we submitted our full documentation of both the receipts and the 2 years, since this was last summer. So 3 years of expenses on the 19th.
Of which month?
August.
You described that you were going through some personal family issues at the time. I think the words you used were hot mess and panic. I feel for you on that and apologize that you were going through that. What was the time frame of when you were experiencing that family issue?
That specific incident that I'm talking about with the hotel check and settling a retreat was specifically in mid-November to like mid-December. But this has been ongoing. It's been a chronic illness that has upturned our lives for going on 2.5 years.
And you had indicated that because of that family issue, you, and I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony, but I think you had said that your mind was blinking, you weren't reading things carefully. I see you're nodding your head, and you were missing things. Is that fair to state?
Yes, I think that's basically how I laid it out. I was just not in a concentrated, focused, organized mind space.
Did you ever tell leadership you were too overwhelmed to manage the account?
I didn't tell them specifically that I was too overwhelmed to manage the account, but I had been very open with all of the things that were going on since this had begun, and been very candid about what was happening in my life, and on specific instances of hospitalizations and things like that. But I don't think I ever said I am too overwhelmed to manage the fund.
Did you ever tell leadership that you had been cutting checks to yourself as reimbursement?
No.
Yesterday, your aide, I believe it was Jacqueline, said that there was a wage dispute with you over what she characterized as a fairly decent sum of money, and it took a while for her to get paid. Do you recall that testimony yesterday?
Yes.
And you agree that you ultimately paid her what she was due?
Yes.
Do you remember when you did that?
I don't. It was sporadic.
What do you mean by sporadic?
Well, when partly because I don't know that I should have made that agreement because I didn't have like the resources to do it, which I let her know in the beginning, that I am happy to offer this to you, but I have to go raise campaign funds to try to do it because I cannot pay you week to week these extra things that that ideally I would love to pay you. And so I don't know. I'd have to look. I mean, obviously, I would just have to look at particular records.
Do you have any understanding of whether you paid her in one lump sum versus several different checks or 2 checks, or the number of payments you made to her?
I know it was more than 2. I don't know the time frame, but that is able to be looked up. But I don't. I know it was more than 2, and it was not a lump sum.
Okay. Was any amount paid to her after December 1st, 2024, let's say?
I'm just trying to. I believe yes.
And could that payment have been in the neighborhood of several $1,000s?
The amount that she was owed.
We'll start with that and the amount that she was paid.
Yes, it was several $1,000s worth of pay.
And is it possible that you paid her several $1,000s of the total amount after December 1st, 2024?
It's possible, and I think that's what happened. Yes.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection?
I'm sure we have records discussing it. Probably account statements. I know sometimes I would. I mean, yes, there is documentation. Yes.
Your lawyer said during his opening yesterday that mistakes were made. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You said that you regret making those mistakes. Do you agree with that?
I do.
You agree that you had a fiduciary duty with respect to the management of this fund?
That is harder for me to answer because I think I am learning that there was an expectation, that there was that there appears now to be a very clear unset expectation of what was expected of me. I think when I started this, I did not understand that level of fiduciary responsibility. I think that is evident to me. And I think now, I didn't realize you could opt out of particular pieces of this role. But had I known now, I think I would also not want to be embroiled in this level of thing without full understanding of what was expected of me, because I see many folks who clearly feel that way. And I did not interpret this role that way. I really joined or, ran for this role to feed people, to connect us, to host fun events, to plan fun retreats. And I think that I, looking back now, obviously did not know what I was undertaking, did not understand the level of responsibility I was undertaking.
Representative Joseph, your caucus co-chair, testified that she thought that she had a fiduciary duty with respect to this account. Do you agree with her?
I guess it's on the definition of fiduciary. I think she's more skilled in legal terms, and so I hear her when she says that. I think my interest in her saying that was that then please let's talk more about this. Then please let's do something about this, whether it exposes things that you don't like or whatever, but be involved in the process rather than opting out completely. And I understand from a legal perspective the protection of that, and I understand what she says on that front. And I wish to God I had had that same level of protection for myself, like an understand of saying, don't get involved in these things until you know exactly what it is, what your expectations are. Because so much of this has been, I did the best I could. It wasn't enough. Mistakes were made. They were foolish. And so then I'm like, my gosh, do I wish I had a time machine and could do some of this so differently, and perhaps not even take on this role at all, knowing that it is such a possibly fiduciary responsibility. I don't know that I would have taken it.
Is your read of Rep. Joseph's testimony this morning that she didn't want to have any involvement?
I think that when and it makes sense to me when she says that when I got access to this account, that there were strange things in here. And I wanted more answers before I'm like taking this on, but also she was my co-caucus chair at the time, and if I had a responsibility, so did she, to either work it out, make sure it was organized, call it to account, and do the things and ask the questions that she asked, which I have never begrudged her. I think any reasonable person walking into that and seeing that account, I think those things would be like, oh, I have questions about this. What is this?
Do you dispute her testimony that she was trying to get access to the account and was having difficulty doing so?
I do. The first time she ever mentioned it to me was, like I said, in the church basement. She asked and I answered.
Well,
and I was not helpful. I didn't go out of my way to help her or do anything, but she asked and I answered.
what is your recollection of her ask and your answer?
Oh, she asked, how do I get on the account? And I was like, you know what? Tone and Froelich can help you with that.
If you agreed that you had the same responsibilities and she's asking you for it, why would you send her to Tone and Froelich?
Because I didn't want anything to do with her.
In the event this committee concludes that there was probable cause to find you breached an ethical violation, or an ethical duty rather, what do you think the appropriate consequence should be?
I don't know.
Nothing further.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a couple of follow-up questions. Representative Lindsay, when we were talking earlier, you mentioned that you made a mistake with the Motel 6, and then you wrote a check back for that, and that's recorded on the first page of the Quinn spreadsheet before you. I also asked about the $6,358 figure, and you said that that was your impression to cover the expenses of the caucus retreat. It was just a few minutes ago.
When I wrote the check,
Yeah.
yes, that was what I wrote it for.
Okay. When you found out that the retreat had already come out of the caucus account through the debit card, did you at that time immediately think to write a check to repay the caucus for the 6,300 some figure?
I did consider it, and I wish I had done that.
Why didn't you do that?
I don't know. I wasn't particularly worried about process, and I was owed the money, and it was there. And I think that I didn't have like enough of a plan for process on that to make it maybe appear more proper.
In terms of being
And that
owed-
was a mistake. That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that.
Well, thank you. Appreciate hearing that. In terms of process, you said that you were owed that amount of money at that time from other expenses.
Correct.
I mean, you testified to, I think it was all three of us asking certain questions about like how this was calculated, how you were keeping track of this. Because while you were buying things, for example, on your Amazon account, then you also had the things like the $800 check, the $500 check, the $100 one, the $25 one, which were repaying you also for other expenses in more of a rolling time. I guess my question with this is, why weren't you reimbursing yourself consistently in real time?
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. I wish I had. That was dumb. I don't know. It just kind of began as something that I wasn't missing it. I didn't need it. Like I said, there wasn't any deadline. So there wasn't a thing of like, you must do this within 30 days or something, which I'm learning is now a common way that people do it. So I didn't feel a sense of urgency. Like I said, so many of these things are just parked on a list. And what I have learned through this process is that, I have some weird habits or like executive functioning stuff where simple things that could get done just don't get done for a gazillion years. And I look back and I'm like, and that has caused many a problem in this particular situation, in every situation in my life, of like how I am like, here's a long list. You could probably do 100 of these things in one day, and it just doesn't get done that way.
You mentioned to Representative Woodrow that when Junior Joseph or Representative Joseph approached you, you said at the church, she asked for access to the online account. You said to talk to Tone or Froelich. She did eventually get access and started asking a lot of questions. Did you sit down with her and go over the statements once she had access?
No.
Earlier in your testimony, I asked you about how a third party or someone who wasn't you would be able to know if something was a reimbursement or a loan or an advance. And do you recall what you said?
I believe I said that they may have to ask the people involved, me specifically, or to Tone, people who knew the context of these details.
Yeah, that's good. Then how would you expect a co-chair, someone who would be an equal, it's the meaning of co, to be able to understand what was actually going on in an account in terms of what was a loan, what was an advance, what was reimbursements?
I wouldn't expect that of a new co-chair who's just coming into this to know those things just by looking at the bank statements.
And in terms of handing off like the account to someone else, I assume you received the account from your predecessors. Who were your predecessors?
My predecessors were now Senator Lisa Cutter and Representative Meg Froelich.
When you had access to the account, did you, well, first of all, let me ask, did you create a new account or did you inherit an account?
We inherited an account.
Did you look back over the statements to see spending trends, what they'd spent things on?
No.
Good, thank you.
Can I add to that? I mean, I did ask questions about it, but I did not get that information from the bank statements.
Okay.
Like the past bank statements. I have texts that I have seen since where I'm like, hey, how much did you guys pay for this? And what is, things like that. But not from bank statements.
Sure. A follow-up to that, as you had questions with your predecessors, did they talk about best practices at all?
No.
Did they mention that, when the caucus gets short, you loan the caucus funds?
No. I think it was, some of it when I ran for this position was like, something like, are you a glutton for punishment kind of thing, of like doing the food, and that it was made clear that it's difficult and you will, and I don't know if it was before, but afterward it was definitely made clear to me by previous caucus chairs, including former Senator Michelson Janae, that like you spend money outside of the caucus money. Like it's just, but there were no particular policies that I was given besides I really only saw this from watching how my dues were collected. My first session when I got here was like, pay these dues, it's for the food. You can pay out of personal, campaign, or leadership PAC funds. And I was like, okay. And that is some of the like very informal training that I got just by virtue of being a caucus member and how I was told things. And I relayed that to the caucus in the future, including on my graphic with the piggy bank, saying you can pay them with personal funds, campaign funds, or leadership PAC funds. And I believe the caucus has people who have used every single one of those methods.
And one other question that I forgot to ask. Representative Woodrow was also asking you about your former aide who testified yesterday, Ms. Davidson, and you had a side contract with her, and we're paying her. I was curious, what was that expectation of work that you were paying for?
It wasn't it wasn't additional work. It was just an additional wage, like on top of her state aid pay. That I recognize that. I think aides are underpaid. I think we're underpaid. And so when she brought that up to me, I was like, yes, I understand that as a concept. But I also, from the very beginning, was like, I do not have that right now to give to you, to pay for you on a weekly basis. Like, I'm happy to get to that point where I can do that for you, but like, I can't do that today. And we had an understanding. It wasn't a contract.
And you did pay her. I mean, that's what you testified to.
Yes.
Do you recall what account you paid her out of?
It was out of sometimes my campaign count, and then sometimes when I was not fundraising enough, and here was a person that I had made this commitment to, a person I cared about, and that I made it work out of my own personal finances.
Do you recall if it was a salary, like as an add-on to their biweekly pay, or was it an add-on to an hourly pay?
It was an add-on to an hourly pay, is how I remember it.
So instead of so many dollars, I don't even know what our aides are paid.
Not enough.
So instead of, say, $15 an hour, it was $20 an hour, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of my questions have already been asked and answered. I guess I'm still wanting to hear just a little bit more about your resistance to give up the information or control of the caucus funds. And I'm kind of curious if that was just, you referred to kind of personality. I'm a type A person. I like to have control over my domain, and to have a co-chair, co-managing things sometimes is hard for me. I'm just curious if that was the situation. You also said I didn't want to have anything to do with her when you when Rep. Joseph asked you about how to get access to the caucus account. So I'm wondering, was it that you didn't think that you needed another set of eyes on the caucus account? Was it that I've got this part, I just need you to be my backup? Or if you had a different colleague perhaps in that co-chair role, would you have felt differently and worked differently with that person in sharing information about the caucus account?
It is definitely the third option. If it had been a different caucus member that was my partner, I imagine this would have been 100% different.
Okay. I know Rep. Soper asked a little bit about the sticky notes instead of the receipts. And I am curious, you said you put the sticky notes because in your mind that organized the information better. I'm curious why you didn't bring the receipts along as backup, so that if there were questions about,
Sorry, this is still going still long. Hey, real go herder.
Where's your
Sorry.
evidence? Did you bring the
Eric
receipts?
did.
I did. I brought my binder that was like in
She
progress.
said a couple
at that
things. I'm gonna go
time.
back
I
and
wouldn't say
clip.
it was as complete
There's a lot of
as
stuff
it
she
was
said
when
that I
I
think can
delivered
nail
it
other
to
people down
Speaker
too.
later that month. But I already had a good chunk of things in my binder and was ready to answer those questions. I had assumed that meeting would be longer, more in depth. I was not asked to show one receipt. I didn't open my notebook that entire meeting.
Okay. And then I guess my last question is, just given the questions surrounding the caucus accounting and the significant allegations about the caucus fund, do you think that there was a failure in your fiduciary responsibility? Do you think there was negligence there, or do you think it was just really bad bookkeeping,
You don't have to be
bad
serious. No,
collaboration,
I'm just
bad
recording this for
communication?
my own thing.
What's your read on this?
Adding my commentary.
In my view, I think it was,
But fuck this line, bitch.
I'm not even saying there's a entirely bad bookkeeping. I mean, I'm not a bookkeeper, so I'm sure any person would say whatever real bookkeeping is, I was certainly not doing that. But I wasn't just willy-nilly like spending and not knowing how much we had or not knowing how much people owed. Early on in this process, I had a conversation with a colleague about these things because I was like, holy cow, I think that I may have really screwed this up unintentional. Like I was like, this has become, in my naivete, I showed up to that first meeting and I'm like, here we go. Look, I'm going to explain, like, here's all the information. And the colleague asked, well, like, what are your gap policies or training? And I was like, what's gap? Like, I didn't know it. And my colleague told me. And then I just, I'm like, shit, I don't know enough about this. And it's becoming abundantly clear that I didn't
JC.
know.
I wanna go
Now I
get
know
some
it's
food.
general accounting
I need to go
practices,
get
but I
food.
didn't know
can't believe
that
the
going
ship's
into
still
it.
going.
And I didn't have expectations of a monthly budget, which I probably would have gladly provided. It just wasn't there. And so we just
Oh, I was just, no one told me, so I
went
just
on. We
acted
made sure
stupid.
everyone had lunch and breakfast all the time. And sometimes we were, like I said, being really scrappy to figure out how to do it. And to me, that was the end product that mattered. Like feeding the people, their retreats went off without a hitch. People had what they needed. People got flowers when they had family members die. We threw baby showers for our expectant members. And to me, I was like, I'm fulfilling the job. This is the job that I wanted because I am that person. I want to nurture and make everyone in the caucus feel, literally fed, but also that they are part of something, that we have fun, that we care about each other.
Well, you can't
and that this
steal for
workplace
that,
can
sweetheart.
be,
You can't just steal or not keep track of the money.
full of people who actually have meaningful relationships.
Mr. De Herrera.
No question. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lindsay, for being forthright and sincere in your answers today. We really do appreciate the time. I think we're to the point now where we are ready to hear or receive your closing comments or remarks, or if they're written, however you wanted to share that with the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my request at the beginning of the hearing yesterday was to provide them after we adjourned today. So I'd like a period of time so we can discuss and then prepare the written conclusion and then send them to you. And in addition to the written conclusions, if the committee thinks it's helpful, we would also entertain or propose that we could submit some proposed findings that would, I think there was a few modifications on some of the stipulations that had been adopted, but then also in bench trials, the parties will oftentimes submit proposed findings that the court would then use to make its recommendation or findings. And so that's something we would also offer if the committee thinks that's helpful. This committee, as we've seen, has 5 very, very effective legislators. But we'll offer that if that's helpful. I don't know if that is helpful, but we would definitely like to do the written closing, and we'd ask for some time so that we can meet and prepare those for you.
Okay, that was my misunderstanding then, because it was my understanding yesterday that you had already compiled your closing remarks. So I misunderstood that you were at that time yesterday asking for additional time to do that. I don't know if that was the rest of the committee's understanding as well, but that's how I took it. But if you're not prepared today, you're not prepared today. As for your other offer, I'm not really clear on whatever that means, and so I might turn to my committee members to ask for discussion on that. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no issue with us getting a written closing later. That's fine. In terms of proposed findings, I do not think that it's helpful. I think my presumed way that we would go forward is the committee will meet and we'll discuss our interpretations of what we saw today. And so I think how each of us interpreted it individually in those discussions will be more fruitful than getting anything that summarizes from one perspective or another what we saw over the last couple of days.
So just to clarify what you just said, it's really our duty as this committee, each of us, to do that, which I know we need more time to get to that point, and we're going to need to have another meeting. So I hear your response is that that's really up to us.
Yes.
All right, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a rare moment of disagreement with my esteemed colleague, I think it'd be fine if Representative Lindsay and her council want to propose findings of fact and other conclusions. The committee can accord it whatever weight we deem appropriate when we receive it. But I wouldn't foreclose her the opportunity from submitting it for our consideration. It may weigh a lot. It might not weigh much at all, but we won't know until we see it. And I'd rather have the record reflect that we didn't foreclose the opportunity. And, you know, we were all here. We all took notes. It was public and I think maybe even transcribed. So we all have a record to look at. We all
And
know
live
what was said.
streamed. It was live streamed, Woodrow.
And so I wouldn't foreclose her having the chance to submit.
Yeah, I would love to see her line by line.
So in agreement that it's still up to each of us in this committee, and any information that we get, it's still going to be our own assessment on our own, as we process all this information. So I hear you. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Rep. Woodrow that we can definitely look at something. I guess my initial concern when I had heard the offer is there was conflicting testimony as well, right? And so dealing with the conflicting testimony, I actually feel like that probably will end up being some of the most relevant things that we discuss is when the testimony was conflicting. And so of course, producing something that, maybe could be a guide would be good, but I don't know if I would necessarily want to rise to the level of saying everybody agrees this is everything that happened, because we're probably going to have different interpretations of conflicting testimony and things like that. And I think Rep. Woodrow is totally leaving the door open. I'm sure Mr. D. Herrera is leaving the door open to that as well. So them producing something for us to look at is totally fine.
And
I'll take my W, Madam Speaker.
okay, yes, one in your column. Just for process sake, OLLS, is this something that we need and then vote on? Or can we just nod amongst ourselves and agree to accept? I just want to make sure we're doing this correctly. Since we did have to vote on the stipulated facts, accepting that, do we need to vote on this offer?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Christy Chase, Office of Legislative Legal Services. Both of these procedures that you're choosing to do now are not contemplated in your procedures that you did adopt. The closing was going to be before you orally for an allotted amount of time, and there's nothing in the procedures about accepting these comments. So it might be worthwhile to at least just have a discussion, and I'm not sure you necessarily need a motion, but to be perfectly safe, you could do a motion and adopt that motion.
I like safe. Any further discussion on this point, though, that we're having, Representative Soper? Or if there's no more discussion, Representative Soper, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to make a motion that the committee moves to accept written closing remarks from Representative Mandy Lindsay's attorney, and any other documents such as a recommendation of findings that they would want to submit.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Ms. Berger, please call the roll.
Representatives Garcia Sander,
Yes.
Mabry,
Yes.
Woodrow,
Yes.
Soper.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. All right, so we will go forward with that. Do we have an expectation from you on a date where we can expect that follow-up material?
How long can we have? We don't need a lot of time, but we're a bit backlogged on a few other projects as well. When would you tell it? When would you?
I was going to say 2 weeks, but how about 2 weeks? Is that enough?
14 days? Yes, we'll make that work. Thank you.
Okay.
And
great.
thank you. We appreciate the committee's grace with working with us through this process.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. So committee, we do need to at least sketch out some potential dates where we could further our deliberation and on this matter. So while we're all still here and Ms. Berger is still here, I'd like to kind of sketch out
I just want to
some
hear a date. and
chunks
I
of
wanna end
time.
this. This part's not that information. It's not.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might make a recommendation, given that we just allowed for 2 weeks for council to deliver the committee their closing arguments. So that would be due Friday, August 28th. And then for the committee to have reasonable time to be able to review those closing arguments, perhaps meeting again on either the 3rd or 4th of September as the earliest time.
So you're saying you're available then, Representative Soper?
Yes, I am available then.
All day, both days.
At present, all day, both days. Not much. Well, we're now.
September 7th through the 11th, 8th through the 11th.
Labor Day and Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, I don't have available.
Okay. Other committee members, your availability on September 3rd and or 4th. Representative Garcia Sander. Good. Oh,
Maybe Jay-Z.
okay.
Soper.
And you all are on
Soper, the
that.
guy that was just talking, he's a Republican technically, but he's a fucking doofus. He's a waste of a fucking breath. And he's done now.
Representative Mabry, do you have
After
any
this year,
conflicts
he's
on the
not coming
4th?
back. Thank
I
God.
could do the 4th from 11 o'clock on. The rest of the day from 11 to the end of the day, I'm free. So I have conflicts in the morning, but I'm free from 11 on.
Okay. And are you all, I'm suggesting that we might do this as a virtual meeting. How do you all feel about that? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would push for this to be an in-person, given the fact that this is, because I think the expectation is this meeting is to actually find and make a determination. Because this is such a weighty issue, it's very serious before the House of Representatives. We have conducted every other critical stage of this ethics committee process in person. I believe that we also owe it to the accused, Representative Lindsay, to meet in person on this point, to be able to allow her the ability to see us physically make a decision, and anyone from the general public who would want to see that final contemplation, deliberation, and judgment by the committee. And I do think that we owe that to the public, to the representative in question, and to the institution.
Thank you, Representative Soper. My offer was specifically for you, so I appreciate you speaking up in that regard. I wanted to at least leave the door open in case it was problematic for you or any other members of the committee. Everyone in agreement? All right. So at this point in time, we will reserve Friday, September 4th, sometime starting after 11 a.m. To meet here. Okay, any other
All right, that's enough of that crap.
questions?
Good Lord. Tired of hearing their voice. Been listening to their voices since 8 a.m. Anyway, so I'll be back. We'll be back with the next chapter of Mandy Lindsay's thing. And the whole fucking thing is now her and her taxpayer funded lawyer are going to go line by line to prove she was which should have been done anyways, or if she had the proof, like, why wouldn't you do that anyways, to prove that you, anyways, she's a retard. They're all retards, and they're all making laws. Listen to them. They don't understand how to fucking get into a leadership role to take care of money, and they're making fucking laws about money and about work and all this crap. So anyways, so I guess September 4th or whatever that Friday is, I'll be back with another one of these. Until then, guess I'll see y'all later on Twitter and look for next week. Probably again Thursday next week, but I'm not quite sure. But hopefully Thursday again. We'll do another Worlds Colliding. Last night was really fucking fun. So anyways, talk to y'all later. Thanks for watching. Like, share, subscribe. Oh wait, here, I'll try and raid that. Not that there's anyone watching on my hold on, I'm gonna try and raid that thing for you. Is that a live thing? Yeah, they're live. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's just subliminal. Okay, let me see if I can do this correctly. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's how to raid on Run. I know it's the / is it / or is it / I just always get that. AI is fucking trash. Type / raid. Okay, let's try it. Bye, JC. I'm gonna try and do this. Yeah. Hell yeah. Very good. I did it. Thanks, JC. Thanks, everybody else. And I will talk to everybody later. Bye, Bear. You missed a lot, but, it's all good. All right. Peace out.